ride, it's a brand new motor. Get on a fly, live la vida loca. My body fine, it's a Coca-Cola. Hold on, hold on. No one no sleep and I swear to total. Throwing it back when I press rewind. Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah, straight to the bag, get racks in the morning. Starboy on the phone, named Marin. Feel like Brazil had a man them ballin'. Shoot my shot, then I'm scoring. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a traveler. We can have a party in the favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a traveler. We can have a party in the You never seen this before. Now I got 4 songs on a billboard. You don't even know about me, no. Used to listen to so much, you know. They said I would never, ever get better. They said I would never, ever get better. Party in there, party in there. Party in there, party in there. Listen to my when she see that motion. Yeah, yeah. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a traveler. We can have a party in there. Favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a traveler. We can have a party in there.
हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो बे मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों और भाइयों के बहनों। हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना EWC वॉच पार्टीज के साथ, और आज भी हम PMWC Day-2 का वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। भाई मैं अभी थोड़ा लेट आ गया, माफ करना, क्योंकि भाई मैं सबसे ज्यादा रिग्रेट कर रहा हूँ। मैं अभी उठा, कैसे उठा पता है आपको? मेरे जो नीचे मेरा दोस्त सोया हुआ था, पहला मैच अपने टीम ओजी का चिकन, वो एकदम कूद गया और उसके कूदी में मैं उठ गया, समझ रहे हो? एंड थैंक्स टू हिम, अगर वो नहीं चिल्लाता तो मैं शायद नहीं उठता और ये स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पाता। बट अब भाई क्या क्या ही दिन है बे, पहला मैच है ओजी का चिकन, तो फटाफट चलते हैं वॉच पार्टी की ओर। सेकंड मैप शुरू हो चुका है, तो बट जाने से पहले आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो आप सब, कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन? अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो रंगीन जो आ चुका है आप सभी का शाम और रात दोनों रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के डोडोस, कैसे हो? लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो बेंच स्टॉक्स। आइए ओजी, लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो। अरे कहाँ है मेरा कर्सर? नहीं दिख रहा मेरे भाई। बाय द वे गाइस, ये वाला जब तक हो रहा है मैं तुमको रिप्ले दिखा दूं अभी ये वाला मैच में क्या हुआ है। आओ दिखाता हूँ, आओ तुम्हें रिप्ले दिखाता हूँ, ठीक है? क्रेजी खेल रही है, पता नहीं ओजी को किसकी आत्मा आ गई है, अब तो फियरलेस खेल रही है बे। आओ देखो 61 पॉइंट्स, अच्छा 66 है। हाँ पाकिस्तान दिखा नहीं सकता स्क्रीन पे, वरना पाकिस्तान मर। देखो ये देखो, 3 लोग आरू भाई के गाफ के पीछे भाग रहे थे, देखो। आरू भाई, आरू भाई, आरू भाई, ओए आरू भाई। बट इसके बाद जो हुआ ना, आइए देखो आप, मर 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 मार मार, इसको ही मार, इसको ही मार, मार इसको। अरे नॉक हो गया, मार मार इसको, मार मार भाई गन, मार इसको, मार मार। एक आरू भाई को मारोगे? कितने 3 पॉइंट निकले ना, 3 किल निकले ना भाई। उसको रिवाइव तो दो, आतंकी भाई को रिवाइव तो दो। अरे भाईगान दोनों भाग रहे हैं। अरे हेलो, अच्छा उसको गाड़ी में बिठा लिए, गाड़ी में बिठा लिए। हाँ FL विन इधर है।
Flash rock away with win, but in this case they seriously took the L.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks. And it's OG Win. Making the moves.
For OG, they're happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they're going to have to head over to the hidden village. Right. Serious frustration coming through from the reputation.
Get some. So what a straight
Point. To support him up.
यस तो चलो बैक टू नॉर्मल। आरू भाई चले गए 3 मैन स्टार्टिंग, बट कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं। समीर भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। अबे गाफू तू बीकेल ओजी पे नजर मत लगा। अब तो मेरा नजर भी काम नहीं करेगा। 69 टॉप 5 तो रिटर्न है। कौन डाउट कर रहा था? वो होस्ट को मेरे सामने लाओ जो कल बोल रही थी ओजी का ऐसे गेम प्ले से बिल्कुल नहीं होगा। कहाँ है वो का होस्ट? इधर लाओ उसको, उसको तो मंत्र फूकूंगा, वैसे ही बंगाली हूँ, मंत्र फूकूंगा। आओ उसका बाल तोड़ के लाओ इधर थोड़ा सा।
As well as Enigma Galaxy who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Enigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more of right now is.
और समीर भाई कैसे हो? वो वाला कि हम जाए
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team.
अबे तुम
but
काम
right now,
करेगा?
I
अच्छा
think they
हाँ,
have a
तो
small
तुम
amount of
डिस्कॉर्ड पे है क्या?
I think there certainly can be some.
तुम डिस्कॉर्ड पे है बैगन?
They have shown individually some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that gave 4 Thrive such a run for their money over in PMGO overall. So we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams in the
Discord पे है.
For instance, OG just looks like a different team to me, honestly.
Yeah, you got Wolf. I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely
Discord पे है नहीं तो आजा.
in that
अच्छा.
top 5 position, so anything less is kind of like, hey, you know,
Hello.
what's taking them so long, right? But I mean, one good game, we'll see them in that spot. This
आवाज आ रही है?
I mean, they are in Yasnaya Fields right now.
Text में
Zone
लिख
definitely
दिया
for
अगर
some reason loves to
हाँ
scream
तो
for that
तुमको
kind of area.
तुम एक बार स्क्रीन शेयर कर. तुमको हम कौन सा लिंक भेजे एक बार
Could see
बताना.
them definitely pop off. But you know, you are right. There are
एक ही लिंक
so
भेजा ना.
many
ठीक है.
teams
cool.
right now, like in this time, we've never seen the lobby
स्क्रीन
just
शेयर
so
कर और ये
well
लिंक क्लिक
balanced,
कर.
right? In years past, we've seen a few dominant squads.
तुम गेम
other
खेला था
squads
क्या?
are just kind of struggling, but now at this point, anybody can take it. I mean, Thunder Talk's at the bottom. What's happening?
नहीं खेला था.
I mean, the Thunder Talk, they just haven't played well, have they? I think that's we've only
ठीक है.
down to that
ये वाला
point.
join कर
There's
अभी.
been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad rotations coming through.
तेरा
And then when it's come to the gun
इसमें
fights,
War Gaming
they
select
are
करना
being outclassed. in
और
some
जो
of
भी
them.
तेरे को select
I think
करना कर
Thunder Talk
सकता
has a
है.
lot
PC
more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4.
हाँ लेफ्ट साइड में देख रोल असाइन लिखा है रूल्स के नीचे.
That potential there for Thunder Talk. But you're right, it
वो
is a
नहीं
fairly
जाएगा. लेफ्ट साइड में रोल असाइन ऊपर ही नीचे थोड़ा सा नीचे. हाँ अब वॉर गेमिंग के इमोजी पे रिएक्ट कर. राइट कॉर्नर, राइट बॉटम कॉर्नर. थोड़ा नीचे उधर रिएक्ट नहीं होता. नीचे होता है. अबे रोल्स जहाँ पे हाँ अब ऊपर रिक्वेस्ट क्रिएटर रोल पे जा. अब थोड़ा सा ऊपर कर स्क्रॉल अप. हाँ देख रुद्र भाई ने थोड़ा नीचे जा. थोड़ा नीचे और थोड़ा हल्का सा. हाँ देख रुद्र भाई ने क्रिएट. हाँ इसको कॉपी पेस्ट एज इट इज कर दे.
Let's look at go. Yeah, Thunder Talk just getting picked apart once again.
ठीक है. अब एंटर दबा दे.
Does get a little fortunate with that player from GOAT getting.
हाँ तेरे को रोल मिलने के बाद तुम गेम खेलेगा पूरा भी. ट्यूटोरियल पहले. हाँ ट्यूटोरियल स्किप मत करना. स्टार्टिंग में कट सीन के बाद 10 मिनट का ट्यूटोरियल आएगा जहाँ पे तेरे को बताएगा टाइम पर कैसे चलाना है कैसा नहीं. उसको स्किप मत करना. स्किप करेगा तो उनको पता चल जाएगा कि तो स्किप किया है. इवन दो तेरे को स्क्रीनशॉट्स नहीं अपलोड करने. ठीक है. उसके बाद अभी तेरे को रोल मिल जाएगा जहाँ पे तेरे को मैं बता दूंगा कहाँ पे स्क्रीनशॉट्स अपलोड करने. तू अभी गेम खेलेगा या रात को खेलेगा? बिकॉज़ रात को रुद्र भी आने वाला है.
The main thing that worries me about the squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 elim games
अभी
with a
ठीक है
chicken dinner,
तो तू अभी गेम खेल. गेम के बाद ना एक समरी ऑप्शन आएगा. रुक मैं तेरे को भेज रहा हूँ वैसे दिखने वाला. जब गेम खत्म होगा तो एक समरी फीड आएगा. रुक तेरे को भेजता हूँ. देख तेरे को भेजा. ये वाला टाइप का समरी ऐसा दिखेगा तेरे को. हाँ जहाँ पे तेरे को मैच के स्टार्ट दिख रहे होंगे. ऐसे तेरे को 3 मैचेस के ऐसे स्क्रीनशॉट्स लेने हैं. ठीक है. और बस फिर जब तक तब तक पूरा यहाँ पे अप्रूव हो जाएगा तो वहाँ पे कहाँ पे अपलोड करना है वो बता दूंगा. ठीक है. ओके हाँ तो पहले लेकिन प्ले दबाते ही अभी तेरे को वॉर गेमिंग वाले पे प्ले दबाना है. वहाँ पे दबाते ही कट सीन शुरू हो जाएगा एंड फिर वो होगा क्या नाम है. हाँ ट्यूटोरियल लगा. उसको स्किप नहीं करना. एनीथिंग दैट कम्स डोंट स्किप. कूल. और कुछ भी ऐसा डाउट लगे तो मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे बोल देना. मैं आ जाऊंगा डिस्कॉर्ड. मैं अभी डिस्कॉर्ड पे ही हूँ. म्यूटेड हूँ. अगर तेरे को मतलब वैसे खेलना है तो तू स्क्रीन शेयर करके खेल सकता है. इस तरह पीसी लैग करेगा देन वैसा. ठीक है मैं म्यूट कर रहा हूँ.
You know, $1.1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand onto the survival stage, and then we get to the
yes Baigans
$1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely going to be handing out some big prizes at some point. We're going to be going away with some cars.
Yeah.
Say it that way. Yeah.
Let's get it going.
which would be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep. Well,
but also,
if to say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're reinvesting into?
As a team?
Yeah.
God, get those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right, I want vending machines for free, as well as all the rest, the cool things. The whiteboards, the blackboards, everything you might need. Tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses.
Your favorite phone.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have it all. I mean, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing is like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest.
भाई कितना मस्त लग रहा है
actually from
ओजी को ऊपर देखकर.
Go on, sorry.
No, I mean a lot of these guys. I mean,
Chord.
those that don't know. I mean,
जय बजरंग बली.
are treated like
तोड़ दुश्मन की नली. Second पे गोट आ गया. चलो. Third वाले को नीचे गिरा दो.
Programs. They play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And I mean, you got millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love, especially I've noticed about this tournament, is adaptation. Prior to so many different squads, we'll see like bad performance, no same old kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some teams like, all right, hey, let's make some adjustments, like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. Fourth round is the last one here. But there's still
reverse में गाड़ी क्यों चलाती?
But Aaron Gale is always going to be that map where that's where championships are made.
अच्छा उसका गाड़ी वो हो गया होगा. Buggy का टायर फट गया होगा तो.
Teams have had to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past you could get away with first day,
that's a great point.
Second day, and then adapt into third day. But now it's a case of you got to do your research. It's why we see teams coming back so late to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together here in the arena. But we're getting back in towards the action. Things are starting to pop off in a big way as Ulf does open up. ROQ is looking quite good here. They have been putting the work over towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards All Gamers.
Gonna look at KRX there, getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGAL getting punished here. It's just Maple up left for the squad. Vinny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the that one actually did. Maple's hurt.
Almost ये भी गया था रे Maple भी.
His whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do a crazy 1v4 here.
ओजी का पोजीशन दिखाओ रे.
ZZ's got that S12.
अपने टॉप टीम का पोजीशन दिखाओ.
His team is like, why don't we push up as all 4? Guaranteed.
और एक चिकन हो जाता तो मजा आ जाता. ओ आतंकी ने मारा भाई. एफएल की टीम फ्लैश. आरू भाई को मारोगे. आरू भाई को मारोगे. ले पूरी टीम को ओरंगुटन ने खाया. ले आरू भाई को मारेंगे. चाकू करोगे. चाकू करोगे. इतने बड़े हो गए हो. नीचे नीचे नीचे. सब टीम ओरंगुटन के फोटो को देखो क्योंकि वो ऊपर है और तुम नीचे. ट्रैश करूंगा. ट्रैश टॉक करूंगा. जब हम नहीं आ रहे थे नीचे आ रहे थे तो तुम लोग ट्रैश टॉक कर रहे थे. आज मैं करूंगा.
Ping pong. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you got to build up those team building exercises, get that synergy.
ओजी भाई का है. अरे जैसा ही मैप देखने जाता है ये मेरे को ऑब्जर्वर मेरे को देख रहा है. मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहा है ऑब्जर्वर. जैसे ही मैप देखने गया वो छोटा कर दिया मैंने. ठीक है लाला. अभी अपनी की अपने का वो हो गया एकदम कट टू कट. ठीक है. यहाँ पे जंग शुरू हो रही है अपनी. ऑब्जर्वर.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
अरे
it was
VOD review. It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce.
Goat by Goat GST का fight हो रहा है.
Look at that. Force on the roof, getting these little bank-nades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something, and he's only got the pump shotgun. Oh, he just turned to check his back and gets
ओए ये आराम से नॉक फिनिश डाल सकता था वो सीढ़ी वाले को.
are just making it happen here. Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean, imagine
70 points, fifth वाला पोजीशन वाला बंदा टीम मर चुकी है. Let's go. We are still 17 points clear. ठीक है.
We need some more ping pong.
We need it. We need to do something here, right? Got to make sure you're locked in going towards the end. That hand-eye coordination, those thumbs are just rock solid here.
Kind of like mine.
Yeah.
Medium rare.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
I'm more of a medium guy myself.
लिंक काम कर रहा है, एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ.
I think I could play with hands like the rock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The thing. Nades over the top though, towards fourth drives. NZXT taking the fight over towards Go in the meantime. Fourth drives have been under pressure from a bombardment before, and they immediately start scattering. Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus NZXT over on our angle yesterday.
Cypher. Oh, catch getting ran over by our IQ there. And fourth drives were just circling them like sharks, and they are putting in the punishment on Ulf. And Ulf just can't seem to get something going here. As fourth drives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Erangel.
I mean, right now for Ulf, I don't think they're going to drop to the bottom 3. Getting them towards that top 5 is going to take some special towards the end of the day, though. But they haven't played bad.
अरे
they are
आतंकी भाई
रिवाइव
हो जाएंगे. आतंकी भाई रिवाइव तो हो जाएंगे. 40 वालों ने मारा. इसके भी आईक्यू भी नॉक हुआ. ये लोग कुछ तो नहीं कर सकते अभी. यस आतंकी भाई रिवाइव हो जाएंगे.
Yeah, the problem with this is that
we गाड़ी का साउंड दे दिए वे. इनका अगर नेड वेड एक नेड है रिवर पे.
do well in this game, that's going to start creating a little bit of a point gap. And
मार रिवर मार.
The next game, oh, it's going to get wild.
मार रिवर.
I kind of feel what's going to happen here between fourth drives as well as heaven. This is the type of team that would just send it. They're going to send just underneath though. And actually try and deal with OG.
OG मारा 40 को. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. दो knock. Doti मार. चौथा दूर है.
Tanky put in that work. Getting out of the Zypher. Yeah, now it's just IQ up left. So OG with the stiff arm there.
क्या 40 का सपोर्टर्स किधर?
Trying to hold on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, 71.
3v3 में हार गए ना.
Points away from 6 players.
40. OG वाले 40 हुआ.
That could be a straight lock for the
40 obviously हारी.
You know what happened? I reckon Aru went to this game. He was like, guys, you can't perform without me. Then we got some serious problems. I'm gonna go and drop over here. You guys drop over there. I'm gonna get knifed up. It's gonna be okay.
By gun.
On us 3, and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember,
go to.
And it looks like they're doing a proud right now.
40.
Hold off fourth drives. Leave IQ.
हंस रहे थे. EMGO चैंपियंस हो गए तुम क्योंकि हम नहीं थे. ठीक है. डैडी लोग नहीं थे.
1 point home with them. He'll take that as Aurora in Mansion are completely hard stuck. You got Nigma Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that time from downtown.
Let's go.
Some good coverage here. And this is outside of the
solo अंगूठा को ही मारो रे.
We're going to see Nigma Galaxy just kind of wait it out. Look to maybe get these last 3 eliminations and then push into the zone from there. You got Coops up close and personal.
चिकन खाने मत दो. वैसे भी इनके देश में तंगी चल रही है.
Igor though, actually from Furia is staring at this as well.
चावल आटा तो मिलता नहीं है. चिकन मत दो ने.
2 monster squads looking at you. You're outside of the
चिकन खाएं.
here. Man, they're just going to try to do what they can.
इंटरनेशनल जाएंगे. इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट में बैठना है. तुम अपने रावलपिंडी एक्सप्रेस में ही बैठो.
And Coops is feeling it right now. He's been a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up now 1v1 versus Reapers.
भाई और एक मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. मैं एकदम चुप रह रहा हूँ. मैं एकदम चुप रहूंगा. ओजी का चिकन हो ही नहीं सकता बे तो हो ही नहीं सकता ना यहाँ पे बहुत मुश्किल है बहुत मुश्किल है जोन नहीं है इनको जोन फेवर नहीं करेगा मुश्किल है रे मुश्किल है रे बैगन 40 लोग ले लेगा चिकन अरे इंटरनेट
At the edge of the circle here. Zone, you got 477 still.
रे गोट का भी एक बंदा बचा है क्या?
More placement points. Next zone does pop though. Where are we headed?
कहाँ है?
Galaxy will absolutely have to move, and we
भाई ओजी का चिकन नहीं हो सकता भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ तुम्हें नहीं हो सकता जोन दूर जाएगी इनसे मैं बोला भाई
The OG fans were happy about
नहीं भाई लेकिन वो गोट वाला बंदा जोन में है बे
Let's see how this all works.
वो साला निग्मा गैलेक्सी के लिए प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकता है
Here comes Nigma Galaxy though on the drive. 477 stuck out and they actually passed.
अरे एके पे ओजी पे जा रहे हैं ये लोग
towards OG.
OG's gonna have to hold them off around the other edge of things. It is
अरे नहीं
3 here. Tanky the first to fall.
नाइस लॉर्ड को मारा विद गॉड ने राव गया कम ऑन उसको रेव हो सकता है क्या अच्छा विद है पीछे अरे ओ भाई ये नेड ओ माय गॉड ये नेड ओ माय गॉड ये नेड अरे बच गया अरे बाबा उसका पोज ही पता चल गया रे लेकिन लग रहा था फटेगा
They're on their last legs right now. I think there was a better moment where everyone was on practically 10 HP.
अरे 40 का IQ को मार रहा है Let's go 40 बैगन अरे यार
ये तेरा भी रुक रहा है
हाँ come on
he's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this.
अरे नहीं अरे मार अरे नहीं यार
हट गया है क्या
He's got that grenade अरे भाई बच
grenade goes a little bit too far. Wizgod takes another nasty hit. Smokes going forward here, trying to keep AKOP alive, but the 4th place is still.
Nice
for OG.
अबे एक को रेस दे सकता है अभी
अबे किसने पड़ी होगी किल फिट पड़ी है
Makes the dash now.
Nice एक रेस सकता है एक आराम से धैर्य ये इधर आ गए नाइस ओह जय माता दी
This is crazy.
यूरिया वर्सेस निग्मा
put in some work and silence. He's got that MG3. That's the gun to have here. Furia.
ड्रॉप का देख रहा था
Man, looking to finally get a chicken dinner. As Silence gets another knock there and
अरे यार इसको बोलो
ओए मार चोद आगे का मत बता
स्पॉइलर मत दे यार
oh nice little vehicle switch there hops in the vehicle hits the passenger seat ejects gets himself to safety for a little bit longer
अपने 6
बस बढ़िया मैच
हां 6 7 तो है 7
निकल गई मैच फिर और क्या टॉप 3 विद 7 फिनिश 1 नंबर विद गॉड नॉक एक ने ट्रेड लिया बेबी आया
चलो कोई बात थर्ड पोजीशन 5 पॉइंट प्लस 7 फिनिशेस 12 पॉइंटर तो निकल गया भाई कोई बात नहीं यूरिया का भी कमबैक की चलो नेमार इज गुड लेट्स गो थोड़ा सा अपने नेमार भाई को भी खुश होना चाहिए ना रिजल्ट मिलना चाहिए कोई बात नहीं हमेशा इंडिया नहीं भी होगी चलेगा 12 पॉइंट निकले बहुत बड़ी बात है लेट्स गो अबे वहाँ पे ना वहाँ पे आतंकी भाई अगर नॉक नहीं होता ना डी-मैन निकाल लिए होते सोचो भी अगर एक भाई यहाँ पे 1v2 कर लिए ओह माय गॉड हो जाता
that gives them an opportunity, right? That could be that door open for them to at least get to survival stage.
Yeah. But Nigma Galaxy though, again, it's a decent move. I mean, Ralph gets caught on the back lines there, but it's understandable. That's a hard bit of terrain to push
Power
through.
gate.
Yeah. Coops does a wonderful job though. The team's going to be massively proud of him with the way he handled that ridgeline versus OG. Goodness me, I mean, if it wasn't Furia, potentially takes down the whole team. But yeah, Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main thing from Furia. They analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there. Pushed over the top. As soon as Xbox Rejects pushes out that building, goodness me, did you see how quickly Furia marched to the other side? That was wild.
Yeah, they knew that, hey, this is our chance to win it, and they took it. Furia is one of those squads that are so high IQ.
5 मिनट में अगर नहीं आती है
they're not
तो
going to
अपने
miss
को
it,
बंद
that's
करना
for sure.
पड़ेगा.
And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone shift,
इस बे एके ने निकाला था यहाँ पे. अगर एके भाई कोई बात नहीं यार, नाइस ट्राई. बट अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ एके भाई जस्ट सही, अगर ये 1v2 हो जाता ना, you would have been, मतलब ऐसे ही गोट हो, फिर गोट का टैग हम दे ही देते हैं ऐसा, समझ रहे हो, ऐसे ही गोट हो. बट हम ऐसा बोलते ना, क्योंकि यहाँ से चिकन हो जाता अगर. 14 पॉइंट, लेट्स गो. 75 points all total. क्या बात है भाई. एक कुछ नहीं, बस मेरे को एक ही चीज याद आ रहा है. एक ही गाना बार बार मेरे सर पे बज रहा है. देखो,
it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last day, right? So we've seen it in the past.
एक ही गाना बज रहा है बार बार इस पे मेरे जहन में. आपको पता नहीं भी सुनाई देगा या नहीं. रुको, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि आपको भी सुनाई दे. आपको भी सुनाई देगा.
भाई सरेंडर करना है, सरेंडर लाइट चलेगी.
अच्छा रुको, अभी भी नहीं आएगा आपको.
These leaderboards have been bouncing all over the place here, but you know what? We got Cowboys with Flash. Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
तेरा नाम है साचा, मन मेरी आने पाचा, बस नाम तेरा माँ हो. एक पहचान मेरी तू ही, जिंद जान मेरी तू ही, जहान मेरा माँ.
सवारी जान में तुझ पे वारना, सवारी जान में तेरे कुर्बान मेरी माँ. वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे.
अभी हर मैच में बजाऊंगा क्योंकि हम टॉप पे हैं. हर मैच में बजाऊंगा और टॉप से कोई हटा नहीं सकता. ये मैं कह रहा हूँ मैं. ठीक है युवराज भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है युवराज भाई, कैसे हो? चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. क्या हाल है रियुक पाजी? एकदम बढ़िया, एकदम बढ़िया भाई, एकदम बढ़िया. तुम्हारा भाई एकदम बढ़िया है. खाली पावर चले गया है, अभी थोड़ा दिक्कत है, वरना एकदम बढ़िया है भाई. अपनी टीम इंडिया टॉप पे है माशाल्लाह, कोई नजर ना लगे. कितना बड़ा रिलीफ हो रहा है, आपको पता नहीं है, समझ रहे हो? बहुत बड़ा रिलीफ, दिमाग दिल सब चीज को. और सबसे ज्यादा रिलीफ ये देख के लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे भी हम अपने बेटे से ऊपर है. समझ रहे हो? हिंदुस्तान बाप किसका है? लेट्स गो. ऑफिशियल कैमरा एंड वेबकैम ऑफ ई-स्पोर्ट ऑब्स्पॉट. थोड़ा सा ये वाला स्पॉन्सर हो जाता. EWC क्या स्पॉन्सर हो सकता है? ऐसे भी मैं फेस कैम वेबकैम ढूंढ ही रहा था, तो अगर आप दे दोगे तो मना नहीं करूंगा. क्योंकि तोहफा आती हुई लक्ष्मी को मैं मना नहीं करता, लक्ष्मी जी को हम खुश रखते हैं हम। हम्म, ये गाना मस्त है बे भाई, क्रेजी गाना ये तो अच्छा लगा बे। ये ईडब्ल्यूसी का एंथम है क्या, पबजी का, पीएमडब्ल्यूसी का? ओ, ये तो अच्छा लग रहा है बे, सच्ची में मजाक से हट के बहुत अच्छा है ये।
झेल देना, झेल देना।
क्या कर रहा है ये, फुटबॉल खेल क्यों रहा है ये? अच्छा, फ्यूरिया जीती है नेमार की टीम में इसलिए फुटबॉल खेल रहा है। ओके ओके। नेमार होना है? हाँ, तो पता नहीं है। फ्यूरिया का? हाँ, पार्टनरशिप में या पूरा पूरा?
क्या हो गया, क्या हो गया?
अरे फ्यूरिया का ओनर है ना नेमार, तो वो पूछ रहा था। पार्टनरशिप नहीं, उसका खुद का है, उसको सीएस एज अ अरे बेचारा बेहोश हो गया रे, उठाओ रे इसको, बैगन को उठाओ। ईडब्ल्यूसी में भी जाके सो रहा है, बताओ। ये भाई क्या, क्या गुंडा बनेगा रे ये लोग। ईडब्ल्यूसी में इतना बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला है, वहां जाके भी सो रहा है वो उधर। अरे बैगन लोग एकदम ये लजवा देते हैं बे ये लोग एकदम। फोर्टीन पॉइंट्स निकले हैं, क्या बात है, क्या बात है। एक बार दिखा दे, दिखा दे, फिर से गाना बजाऊंगा, दिखा दे, दिखा दे, दिखा दे।
अबे लाइट नहीं आई?
नहीं भैया,
तो तेरा तो बंद हो जाएगा।
यस 5 मिनट में बंद हो जाएगा। दिखा दे, दिखा दे, जल्दी दिखा दे।
एक
ओरंगुटान में
सॉकेट में इन्वर्टर है, तेरे को पता है? वहाँ पे एक सॉकेट में इन्वर्टर है,
कौन सा सॉकेट में?
इसीलिए तो तेरे को वो वाला वो नहीं।
अच्छा, अरे भाई ये तो पता ही नहीं था मुझे, देखना पड़ेगा, रुको मेरा ये टीटी बजने दो, ये टीटी बजे।
मतलब चिन्ह भाई। अरे वाह, दिलदार आदमी है यार। क्या भाई?
चाकू करना था बे इधर। मैं तो बोलता विजगॉड भाई को यहाँ पे चाकू कर देना था, नॉक फिनिश। ऐसे कर देना था। अरे यार ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स नहीं दिखाए रे, बजा नहीं पाया अपना गाना, कोई बात नहीं। ट्यूटोरियल कर लिए, गेम बाद में खेलेंगे। अच्छा ठीक है समीर भाई, ठीक है, लेकिन याद से जब भी खेलोगे, जितने भी गेम्स खेलोगे, सब स्क्रीनशॉट रखना, फिर मैं आपको बताऊंगा। 3 उस लीडर बोर्ड रजिस्ट्रेशन में रखना है, बाकी कहाँ पे करना है उस सब मैं बता दूंगा, बट आप स्क्रीनशॉट्स रखे रहना याद से। 11 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है #1 और 2 में. Yeah. Let's go. Yuria. एजी ब्रो, आपका मेरे चैनल पर स्वागत है. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक एंड चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग ब्रो. Welcome to the stream. Which team are you supporting? Obviously, our Indian team, Team Orangutan. There's no doubt about it. And we are sitting at the top like a king. Which team are you supporting, by the way? फ्यूरी का स्प्लिट अच्छा था इस मैप में. उधर देखो पीछे से चीफ उसको लेफ्ट साइड से उनको वैसे ही कर रहा था. अगर ये यहाँ पे नहीं मार पाते तो अरे लेट्स गो.
इसकी गांड मार के रहो तुम.
Crazy feeling. Never felt this in quite a few years down the lane. But crazy vibes.
आपकी किस्मत. मेरे को भरोसा हो गया है समझ कितने भाई आपके साथ खेल के.
क्या हुआ? रुको. I wanna see it. हाँ. अरे one word for four thrives. One word for four thrives. One word for four thrives. Sit. Not shit. Sit. Or sun. Not sun, sun. SON, sun. One word. See, if you ask me any other for any other team, I would definitely say something positive or motivational or inspirational about that team, because every team has is an inspiration. But if you specifically ask me about 40, then you will be getting only such kind of comments, or you can say compliments. It is a very like a very good compliment, you know, to be a son of a so prestigious father, you know. So it's good. यंग ऑन गैलेक्टिकॉस, अबे लेकिन ये क्यों पहने हैं? अच्छा, अच्छा कल है इनके मैचेस. डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस है भाई ये अपने. PMG is a season 1 winner just because our Indian teams weren't there. I mean, they can win any tournament they where Indian teams aren't there, but when you see, you just saw today, right? Why, if they are the best team, they would have been at the top, but they aren't till now, so can't say anything. By the way, which team are you supporting, as bro? It seems that you're supporting Fourth Rise. ये बाय द वे, ये जो सब टेबल के सामने वो जो बॉक्स जैसे चीज रखा हुआ है, एंड 2 पाइप्स हैव गॉन थ्रू दैट बॉक्स टू द ईच टेबल्स, व्हाट इज दैट? आई वांट टू आस्क. जब आरू भाई लौट आएंगे तब मैं आरू भाई को पूछता हूँ कि आरू भाई ये क्या था. 40, oh, you're supporting 40. That's great. That's great. Their points is 69. I guess they want 69 from the top team. They are requesting for a 69 for a top team, to the top team. Is it so? क्या बात है? Let's go जी. Come on. क्या बात है? लेट्स. अबे आप लोग को ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है, तभी मैं सोचू. You guys aren't getting the audio. अरे भाई रुको एक सेकेंड. It's a glitch. अबे ये ग्लिच को कैसे ठीक करूँ बे? ये ग्लिच को कैसे ठीक करूँ भाई? रुको, let me do one thing. Okay, let me see stream. क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा? क्यों हो क्यों रहा है ऐसा? डिस्टर्ब ऑडियो किधर है? हाँ ठीक है। अरे भाई स्नैक्स भाई खुल गया। अरे माफ करो स्नैक्स भाई, मत देना वो मत देना। स्नैक्स लाला। हाँ हेरा।
That's all it takes.
Let's go.
Absolutely. Xbox Rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
Okay. Change your decision.
Very good.
But hey, I actually have this tattooed on my bag, but it's the dead demon consuming seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what?
I need a res, bro. I need a res.
I need a res.
I need a reanimation jutsu right now. Come on, bro.
I'm going with the flying Ryzen, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you mark.
अरे live from Paris दिखा रहा है। अरे ये क्या है? Live from Paris AWC। अरे I'm not in.
Is the go. So,
yes, I am in Paris. You see,
you went wrong.
all the background arrangements.
And we do have to talk about this.
इधर ही हो रहा है, इधर ही stadium में matches हो रहे हैं.
This is fun to watch, but it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We're here to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thundertalk already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy.
भाई क्या सटीक पोजीशन है भाई, लाइव फ्रॉम पेरिस वाले इधर ही पूरा बॉक्स के नीचे आ रहा है.
I think they were much more concerned of having a spot right now. They're on 69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better for sure. And with 69, they do have a little bit of a gap from 6th place. But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Fudia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure.
क्या बात है?
Especially
fifth अभी तो और भी पोजीशन बढ़ गया है, like 68, 78, 22. It's confirmed that we are going into the final.
Double hovercraft.
That is actually a massive advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide them down towards the south side if you wanted.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns. Man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, Four Thrives and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other.
अबे नीचे में RRQ है, oh भाई, so shocking to see this, bro.
Storming the beach.
RRQ अगर eliminate हो जाती है, that's
going to be
huge.
To see. A lot of teams want to take in that position there.
Yeah, HyperX actually heading over towards the slope, moving upwards towards Four Thrives' position. Ulf is yet to cross yet, just worried at the moment. There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into top 5. They want it on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, the Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is right on that cusp at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what?
I'm excited.
Me too, and I am just so happy that... Oh, look at this. GOAT going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force Rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo, and they end up getting the better of GOAT. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider, getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well, because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force going forward. Kind of players you want. There's also a crash glider here too, so it looks like GOAT was double gliding, KRX is double hovering. Trend around the map. But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this is cool. I like this from them. I gotta disagree with 7 though.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that last match, it did feel a little bit lucky, honestly. You play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as they moved away from Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay? There is, and that's okay. It's okay to get lucky sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sightline. I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything. And it's coming in at 8 minutes into the game. Capability to take down a squad moving in and have the wherewithal to set up in Novo.
And actually get some eliminations too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that if I get zone locked towards the end, I'm feeling lucky, that's for sure, right? But you got to still put in the work, even if that happens. This next circle does pop all the way down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And
thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness. So I think we're tired of these like crazy water in the middle of the
बहुत ही late rotation
island
है.
circles.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
ये
saying?
वाला
So
rotation
no
कैसे
splits
करेंगे
here.
मेरे को वो
It's just
देखना
going to be who is the best.
ये
in
वाला
order to
ये
get
वाला ब्रिज
this
कैंप कर
win.
रही है इस ब्रिज पे
Right
कोई
now,
भी नहीं है
obviously
तो फ्लैश
the
कैंप कर
center
सकती है तो
of
ओजी वैसे
airstrip
फ्लैश
is pretty
वापस से हो
strong.
सकता है.
Good place to play. You could even head over towards C block too. Not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capability to move in, but it seems like they may have ditched them somewhere.
Oh boy. Look to see the action is starting to ring off those. Beauty's getting mighty close here. Geek gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're gonna be holding the satellite position as well as Doxy. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok. Oh, it wasn't nice enough as Hoxie shoots him out of the air and shuts him down.
Or sheer
Aurora trying to make
brilliance
the cross here
from
versus Ulf got across a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Zjol trying to hit some mad shotgun shots. I don't know what he was thinking. And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
Man, tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3 here for the second day. Aurora in 4th place. Going out like this is going to be tough. It's going to really be those last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Udia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles, and look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf is going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh, man, the coach didn't look too happy. We saw that little coach's corner. Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's nobody's
here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst, though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
अगर वो नहीं भी लेता तो चले जाता
That
ना.
was ballsy to stay there. They just fully lost.
अरे तो ब्रिज से कूदता ना.
And the coach corner, no reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Nil point.
That is correct.
Yeah.
मेरे को लगा जाने देगा ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like.
My boy just stood
ओजी
on
को
the
क्लियर मिल गया क्या
stairs.
पास?
Saying, you know what? If I'm going down,
ओजी
this is how
कहाँ
I'm
से आ
doing.
रही है लेकिन?
I'm convinced I'm part of gaming stuff.
I'm safe.
फ्लैश तो नहीं कर रही है ब्रिज
Oh
का.
man, Yusuf getting
अच्छा ओजी अभी आ रही है बे. ओजी के पहले वो आ रहे हैं.
Thought he was on top of
एजी
the
आ रही है. ओजी के पहले एजी आ रही है.
If he was on top of you.
एजी. ओजी.
Yeah, I thought he was on top.
AG,
But now it looks like we're gonna see Ulf just
क्या गाना
hard
था ना?
commit to this
Alula's
game.
coming in here as well.
So Ulf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're gonna hold on to
1
the
2
spot for a
का
lot
4
longer.
I mean, why
4
not? I
2
mean,
का
Ulf right now,
1.
this
My
feels like
name
people
is
feeding them
लखन.
points.
मेरा
It's
नाम
like
है
they're not
लखन.
even trying to make this difficult for us. They're just,
We'll take it.
it's just meals, free meal tickets arriving on the bridge. Yeah, I'll eat that up every time. Circle does move far down towards the southeast though. Xbox Rejects did try and pick up the buildings down towards the southwest side of C block. But KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that can be a difficult task. Getting out across that road, you're massively silhouetted in that situation. It's a question of if anyone else has those sidelines. This is a big move from RRQ. They are flying through teams on the southern edge.
I like this play actually. I think if you're RRQ, you're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough. Like you need to pop.
We got to make a play.
Yeah. We got to make a crazy play, and in order to make at least to the survival stage, this could be it, right? Like, hey, let's take the risk now. Especially with Miramar coming up, let's full send it to the center, and they do make it there safely. So it looks like as soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst onto one of the players from RRQ. So maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
Yeah, well, I would say you should assume the players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure. And they had so much space here, you know, I just think...
Yeah, there wasn't a reason for it, right? That's crazy there. Yeah. So Fun Talk will get themselves at least one off the back of that. A lot of teams are unwilling to move now that they're inside the circle. And it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake. Like, there's certain ones that you could be like, all right, it was a coin toss. They could have gone left, they could have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost a player pretty unnecessarily on the side of RRQ. And it's those little tiny ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points, but now we're stuck in a 3rd place with 2. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens though as we look at this. Ooh, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes though. Are we gonna have a crazy shift? Does it center up? That's going to make things interesting. Oh,
man, that's sad for RQ, though.
That is tough.
You make a big play for the south side, and assuming it's going to move out away from airstrip, it runs it straight back. And KRX, honestly, for them, they're pretty happy with this one. They're even happier now. And if you're still on the double hovercraft, they will be very well set up going to this late game. Not that they need to move much, but they can create some really good impromptu cover.
Damage पड़ जाएगा.
Will fly straight across this bridge. Gaming Stars win as
Points भी नहीं मिलेंगे.
Instantaneously.
जल्दी जोन जाओ
RQ flip to a new area. Footsman's on the other side.
बैठे lyrics बना दिए भाई
Yeah,
Born talent, born talent.
RQ, the zone swapped on over, take those bunkers, secure those spots. KRX, I believe they were holding those satellite positions with those hovercrafts, so that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south. So teams now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams, though, still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
It's a hard, I mean, we kind of was focused over towards 2 bridges there, and we were really unwilling to move. So was
फ्यूरिया एजी को मार के निकल लेगी क्या? अभी इनके फाइट में ओजी को अगर आवाज आ जाएगा तो वो राइट साइड से निकल जाएंगे तो बेटर है.
Like they did yesterday on Miramar Gaming Stars, they'll try and figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do think this is kind of interesting. They could come down from the hillside and slay into the south side of C-block.
Oh my god, गाड़ी का आवाज नहीं आया होगा ना.
And I think when if you can see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe this is the play, and it looks like to be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're sending it right now.
He got
trying to survive this one.
Only God can save him.
One of his tires did get popped out. He's in trouble. Quick, getting a knock on to Aaron. AGAL, yeah, just trying to send it to safety, but Ayala pops him out the vehicle.
Kill chori ho gaya re, bhaigan.
Fury has been marshalling this northeast road for a long time. Pulling out the bag.
अरे भाई क्या उतारा है भाई. वो बोला कि मैं खड़ा ही ठीक था भाई. बैठा बग्गी में और जो उतरा है वो.
Yes, it is.
By the flash here.
जो उतरा है उतारे उसके लुंगी बोले साला लुंगी क्या पहना उतार.
You are playing on the eastern side as well, so they'll
उतार लुंगी.
The hillside again. I kind of like what OG went for. You know, just barrel down that hilltop. You out of the sightlines for quite a while until you in front of C block. It's not the craziest position, but you get a position at this stage.
Yeah.
It is kind of lit.
Yeah, dude. The fact that you even here with all 4 players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low.
Yes.
They blew.
Good point.
They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a point sponge on top is a good thing going for them for sure. You know what? I want to say one thing.
Go on.
These next 3 matches, I was talking about it. They're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very happy that John got his rest before them.
Oh, he needs that nap, dude. You'll need that nap because if better be bringing the thunder going into those next few games. And the talk.
RRQ अभी अरे OG knock हुआ.
Coach cameras.
Yeah, the problem is the coach corner cameras is that they're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sharp, and then we take them away.
अबे Ula out हो गई है, तो there's a good chance of RRQ to get into the get out of the bottom 3.
Good 15 seconds. Oh, I would love to see the coach's POV too, like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. As Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south. There's not a lot of coverage in there.
Pretty much playing against the fence right now. Playing off the back of vehicles, you still have
rotation है आरू भाई.
wrecked.
Filling up around India
Dragging the
team.
bumper down the side of the road with them. For Enigma Galaxy, this is not a horrible spot to play in. They just have to be absolutely proactive. They're down towards the south side of the fence. But we're here with Furia looking to crest into the building alongside with KRX. Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade? Pops it back in the pocket though. And it makes sense. Oh my goodness me. They were fast to this location. But wow, the utility, the vests, the ammo, whew, that don't look great. We got micro Uzis on board as well.
Yeah, and the good thing about where Furia is like it's pretty much almost impossible.
Come on.
That chain link fence makes it so difficult, and you can just see them just holding those utils, throwing it out, going back to that little coverage. But Team Flash, full sending it here onto Geek, a hard commit. It's up to them to win this fight. Oh, great teamwork there with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of Geek, catching them off guard. I don't think they really expected them to push. And if you're Geek, it's kind of your fault there. You had to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in. But they were able to fully push this easily. And now with that bounce nade, Team Flash pushing up little by little.
It's a naughty pincer that came in with. Zeus around the corner, still on fire. Oh my goodness me. They toast him up a little bit. But he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through from the DBS. Lovely to see here from the Flash. But yet there's only one stairway to get up on that building. You pincer on both sides. It's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor. That's already hurting. So it's a good identification from Flash. A good identification of how that building is best aggressed upon. So yeah, well done. Very, very well done. And now they have the ability to hold up both KRX and Fury in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, we had to see Geek up on that top floor. And you can see exactly what Flash is doing. They have two up on top, just keeping an eye out so nobody pushes up on them for free. And that little mistake allows him to push up and get it done. Silence throwing a smoke right onto himself here.
That is a nice nade. I think he's trying to get the M79 over towards. The play was knocked, but it's kind of just given away where he's playing. Got the Pompey. And a nade. This has to be a special one. But the door's closed on him. Oh dear.
Oh, and that nade's gonna knock him out. It's just up to Chief. Next zone does go on over to the wide open field. Chief barely getting outside of that Molotov range. KRX, they want this elimination. They're just scared. That's on target. Yeah, that. Goodbye, Chief. Dinner has been served, and that is Furia out of there, roasted to a crisp.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Chief. Was not the chef in that scenario, that's for sure. But now we have Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest side. Their basic big task here is pretty much to hold everyone out. Airstrip, there's a lot of little bits of interesting terrain. The airplanes themselves as well in the way. But this open area, so easy to dodge away from a lot of the nades. See how Ulf is able to play this one out. Get a quick replay on this one. Boom! Nice nade from XZ over towards Sitting and Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk just can't catch a break here, man. Oh, they need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage at this point. Top 5 is just way too far away with only 3 matches left.
Must Magnum खा के आए.
But let's get into this game here. This one's important. RQ shutting down X-Force Reject, saying nope, that is going to be it for you guys. But look at our leaderboards here. We got so many people in the top 9 still.
समीर भाई थोड़ा इधर भी दे
These
दो यार.
leaderboards are going to get crazy. Up on top, Scarface with so much lay of the land here, throwing the nades, not trying to give away his position, and gets the lock onto Lord. He's got another though.
I mean, they must have passed all the nades across to Scarface. He's up on
हाँ मैग्नम खा रहे पी रहे हो बे.
At the moment, Enigma Galaxy
लगते
struggling.
तो वो मुझे पीने
Hold
वाले.
up. Fourth Rives decided they'd move over in the midst of all the chaos.
यूजी भाई ठीक से काम
Sends it
नहीं
very low. But my goodness me, 40 bullets left basically. Aero will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a large game. 8 eliminations going through. An almost impossible push for them that they're making happen here.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed this one so bad. 24 gets the knock on the Scarface, and that is that critical angle taken away. So now they no longer have the high ground. T24 is starting to push those nades through and gets the lock. He's down to half an HP though.
अबे अगर 40 ने यहाँ से जोन ले लिया ना मान लो. ओह माफी चूक बनवन. ले ले
He's got the range.
भाई भाई है भाई. कुछ भी बोलो टीम है. कुछ भी बोलो बंदे तो हैं. अबे इनमें चौथा कहाँ है? क्रेजी खेलते हैं भाई लड़के, ये तो मानना पड़ेगा. तो विजगॉड और आतंकी अंदर आए थे ना. आरू और वो अंदर नहीं आ पाए था. अबे इतना वो की खेले स्लो.
RQ just sweeping up the dust after that one. That was wild. So many superstars just going at it. And look at our top 3. Still
वो
in the
इसके
game,
अंदर है
with
तो अभी
only
तो कोई पुश नहीं
60
करेगा.
players
अगर
alive.
TRX
Takes
पुश की
over,
तो थी.
goes on over to the left. This thing is ping ponging all over the place.
The Flash though, they've got no real spot in this one. They just have to deal with KRX in the near future. KRX, they are low on supplies. Team Flash has got a lovely little watch out to make sure they aren't rocking up to them too quickly, and then you're right, it is very much open space after that. Likely the circle pulls away from both Wizgo and the Flash. No one wants to move out to this open zone. This is a very difficult circle for everyone. I am more surprised that Fuchsman has been left unimpeded inside the bunker towards the eastern side for so long. And they certainly kept him safe.
तो अच्छी बात है ना अपने बंदे को.
ऊपर ही जाएगा
Right there, Fuchsman just holding it down. He ain't moving at all, I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out the blue zone. He's got a smoke in his hand. He may try, but
That run
just
out.
don't try.
कैश है ब्रो, दोनों खाए भी पिए भी. अरे सच्ची में क्या बात है.
Even into that white line of this circle, then I'm
भी
talking
है तुम
about
समीर.
are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
खाई भी और पी भी.
it's a hard push. I mean, there's this
6 बज
tiny
गया था
ridge
ना,
line you
पीने
can
जाना
play,
होता है.
but by the time you show your face, that happens.
Yeah, the second he even looked out, the second he
Hey,
even
yo.
looked. Oh,
Check this
अरे
setup
भाई इसको
out.
देखो.
Okay, I wish you come to the door right now.
Proper एकदम.
Looks to be fairly decent, but Hoxie
क्या कर रहे
doesn't
हैं?
jump out the window with a flash.
Easy,
They've got a nasty surprise waiting for them at the door.
Look at that. And then the nade busts all those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4 Thrives. Trying to make something happen. Team Flash, though, punishing up and wiping them out. KRX not able to make the push.
I think Hazaifa stole a lot of those heliums, though.
उनने क्लोजन कर लिया यार.
अरे
RRQ still
RRQ का एक बंदा आ गया वो इसी पे.
gets himself up in towards.
देख क्या बोला था शेर ने कि कौन जाएगा मारने. कौन गया मारने.
लेकिन साला जोन कटा ही नहीं ऊपर.
दो में से एक प्रेडिक्शन तो ऊपर सही हुई ना.
ये क्यों आया क्यों RRQ आया क्यों.
वो थर्ड पार्टी को देखना है.
Man, last player up for 4 Thrives does get this just one piece of coverage in this circle. What can he do with it? Especially if he's very fortunate to catch RRQ and Flash fight each other. Who knows what could happen? Flash are going to have to push on out of that position. You can see him holding that kind of satellite tower position. Get a little bit of coverage here, but there's just nothing. It is all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is one of the most disgusting areas of the map.
Gross. Dude, this is very gross. There's
It
nothing.
really is. Yeah, I think gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics. Flash playing up on top. It's a good shot from the par. Expect nothing less. Hazaifa, the pile driver off in the distance. Looking to smash these two teams apart as a solo.
Let's see when they
Quick tap fire.
He's going to have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and even less. Trying to get another elimination, though. GeForce actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the third. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4 thrives out of there. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
A nice interview with Flash earlier on. They were looking to find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday. But can they secure the chicken dinner here at our halfway mark of day 2? Try and get themselves towards a position to get direct qualification through the finals in the top 5. Zeus playing off the back of the loot crate. Has the ghillie suit. Might actually be insanely important here, but they know they've spotted him. RRQ, a lot on the line for them right now. Win the final player left alive.
It's all up to RRQ here. They needed this win so desperately, especially with 3 matches after this. They're trying to make that last second run into the top 5, and a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. Right? Well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards. Here we go, it's just win. He's got the last rock, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's RRQ getting the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
Playing off the missile, they certainly will rocket up the leaderboard with that one. It's an important moment for this team at this stage of the day, but the fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There's still a chance of it happening, but right now they can breathe a little easier.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop-off right from that win. It's just like, I know. It was just, all right, good. You know, we're alive. Okay, let's see what we can do, though, before we really get happy.
But Flash, honestly, they played well. I think the aggression on that compound versus GK just was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Really well set up, honestly. I think there's multiple times we've seen Flash where they've demonstrated great map knowledge, but more than that, great tactical knowledge of how to play those moments.
Dude, not to mention we saw those beautiful setups. It just goes to show.
They're cheeky guys.
They're doing everything they can, right, to make sure that they win those games, and that's how you get it done.
That's the Flash field. They'll do whatever it takes, and if it means playing off the back of a loot crate in Miramar to qualify for one of the biggest tournaments, they'll do it, all right? And I think that's what I like about Flash. They really take any opportunity, any moment to make it happen.
And honestly, it just goes to show, like GK, right? I don't know how you let them push up on you without getting one shot downrange. But Team Flash, that's that, and the fact that they're able to take that risk. Right? They see that spot open, they're like, you know what? Full hard command. Take it out of the way in. It is what it is. But if we do get it, we get the win, right? Possibly. And honestly, with that many eliminations, that's a W for sure.
That's what all the teams have their sights on this tournament. The gorgeous Pmwc and Ewc trophy there in front of our but a small break for us all really coming forward.
12 पॉइंट का चिकन आ रहा है, सोचो आपका रिएक्शन क्या होगा? नेक्स्ट रिएक्शन क्या होगा?
Here, reassess what we're doing.
पहली बार थोड़ी है.
The next 3 matches.
जैसे चिकन आया.
Again, a lot of teams they don't technically want to head through towards that group stage. They would much rather just go straight to the finals. It's so much easier. It's so much more prize pool there as well.
Nonchalant, एकदम.
But again, it requires you to make those moves, make those moments happen. But yeah, I do want to see more how Nick McGavin
एक बंदा आता है बोलता है PMGO सीजन 1 विनर, देखो ना.
For sure.
There's been
40 का
moments where we
supporter.
look across them and
मैं
like,
बोला one word for
okay, we
for
kinda love
Traiza,
the
तो मैं
setup
बोलता हूँ
of the game,
son.
but they're playing
It's
well,
very
man.
good to
They
have
are
such a
playing well.
prestigious
I hope they
father.
continue to do that because we'll be back very shortly and we'll see you soon with JJ, John and Al.
तू के ना PMGO सीजन 1 इसलिए
हाँ मैं वही बोला because
2 साल है ना हम थे नहीं. वो ये बात आ जाती है कि बेटे को वेंकड़ा कॉलेज पढ़ने बाहर क्या भेज दो तो बाप को भूल जाता है.
वही बात है. मैं वही बोला कि just because we weren't there. मैं ऐसे ही पूरा डायरेक्ट एक सेंटेंस. भाई मैं बोला कि चिकन मत दो रे इनको, पहले आटा दो.
क्या है अच्छा इवेंट टिकटिंग
सऊदी अरेबिया भेज लेते हैं. अच्छा हमारा मेक माय बुक माय शो जैसा
डिस्ट्रिक्ट
है. लस्सी BKL है, लस्सी BKL.
लस्सी बहन के लोड़े ऐसा बोलना चाहता है.
अच्छा लस्सी पीने गया था. अबे तो गांडू, मैं जब पूछा तो मैग्नम पीने गया था, तो मैग्नम मतलब पता है तेरे को क्या होता है? साला
अरे तेरे को बोल रहा है वो लस्सी BKL, जब तूने बोला ना राजू भाई वो लस्सी बना है.
अच्छा तो तू पीने क्या गया था? मैग्नम सच्ची पीने गया था क्या? अबे 18 साल का तो अभी हुआ है, तू पीने जा रहा है तुम, इसलिए नमक है. अरे दुकान वाला पूछता है ना आजकल. अरे भाई पूछते हैं मेरे जगह में, मेरे शहर में तो पूछते हैं. एक मैरमोरी सूट आया होता है,
फैमिली फ्रेंडली सिंगल
नहीं मैरमोरी सेक्स सूट आया था, पहली बार था जिसमें ऐसे
जिगल होते थे.
बाय द वे गाइस अगेन, हाँ इसका अगर कोई क्लिप काट देगा तो मैं पहले बता रहा हूँ, मैं जस्टिन भाई को काला नहीं बोल रहा था. इट वाज जस्ट कि
फिर से उनको दूसरी बार मौका दे रहा है क्लिप काटने का.
तो ऐसा कोई माय बैड है, अगर सॉरी अगर बुरा लगा तो.
सही बात है, क्लिप काट के आपको.
अरे नहीं, कल को अगर कोई बड़ा बन गया तो फिर लोग इसी को काटेंगे. जॉनी भाई के साथ हुआ था ना, पुलिस पे FIR
जॉनी भाई का तो बहुत ही गलत हो गया था.
अरे वो नहीं, वो लैंग्वेज पे भी हुआ था ना.
At 2025 PMWC, they established themselves as
वही
one
ना,
of the most
सैनो क्यों दिखा रहा
mechanically
है?
gifted
सैनो पे
teams in
डेढ़ साल
PUBG Mobile. Their aggression is fearless, and one knock could quickly become a
इसकी
complete
इधर है
squad
ना,
wipe.
Aurora.
Doc, Top,
अरे मैं कह रहा
Zeol,
हूँ
and
कौन सी
Reefus
पोजी
could
पे?
all take
अच्छा,
over a
वो,
fight, but at
fifth
times
है अभी तो.
they
और
looked
उसका
more
क्या
like a
हुआ
group
भाई?
of incredible individuals than
Rosemary.
one fully connected
WBC तो क्वालीफाई
team.
नहीं की.
Doc was named MVP, but they still finished third.
टूटा हुआ
साथ हूँ मैं.
वेंकड़ा PUBG का विलियमसन हो गया है क्या?
들어올게 작사선 같은 게 그럼요
#2 आएगा ना अभी ओरंगुटन. सोल के जगह के लिए ना, तो लस्सी भी सोल का लेकर गई.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish.
अच्छा
Two
वो
of the
लोग देखे
biggest
इधर
tournaments in the
Vivo
world,
Gaming है तो?
2
अरे पिछले का दिखा
podiums,
रहा
but
है.
still no trophy.
자 өнгөрсөн жилийн өдгөн бас хоёр том
Interview हो रहा है,
тэмцээнд
interview.
баримдсан. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа
हाँ पोर्शे लेकर गया था ना ये टॉप.
Now, they return under Aurora
Top बना
Gaming with a
करेगा.
new organization, the same firepower, and another
कौन सा का
opportunity
दिखा
to
रहा है?
finally
ये इसलिए
win.
बैगन
The
तुम सो रहे
question
तुम
has
सो.
never been whether they have enough talent.
16 हाँ
MVP
श्योर 16
titles
घंटा ही
have
तुम सो
already
रहा था.
proved
तुम सो.
that. The real
PMGO
question is
EEC
whether
लिखा रहा है,
multiple
EWC का
stars
दिखा
can
रहा है.
now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification
Sure.
run showed promising signs.
Sure भाई.
Aurora
अच्छा
still
ये
played
रिपस पहले अरोरा में
aggressively,
था.
but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more
अच्छा
support,
पूरा टीम
and
ही
the
गई है
team
फिर तो.
appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
टॉप रिपस हाँ पूरा चारों के चारों. हाँ नहीं ये तो अरोरा ही है।
They wiped out the last team and won the EDCA finals by the smash rule
क्या
with
इस साल का सेम ही चल रहा है
145
भाई,
points and
PMGO
finished first in the
EDCA।
regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament.
अरे ये दिखा रहे हैं वेंकड़ा अभी PMGO से क्वालिफाई करके आई है ECA।
हाँ वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
옹구씨의 신지신 언더조지의 Motherboard Gigabyte
रुको देखता हूँ कहाँ पे EWC का दिखा है। कहाँ ये EWC है?
MVP level
ये
showing
EWC है?
and another
है ना ये EWC है?
performance. Another
आगे आएगा।
World,
हाँ कौन सा?
2 podiums,
कौन
but
सा
still
EWC
no
है?
trophy.
За өнгөрсөн
Кौन सा?
жилдээ
कहाँ है
бол
EWC?
бас хоёр том тэмцээнд болбоор баримдсан. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд
ये तो यहाँ पे EWC का क्लिप ही नहीं है।
Now they reach
одоо
podiums.
अल्फा 7 क्या जीती थी?
PMGC है ये। हो गया बैगन?
ये नाराजगी
बोलो बैगन अभी। बोल रहा हूँ मैं तो सामने बैठा हूँ मैं।
सारी तेरी।
हाँ।
अरे वेम्पायर के ये हाल क्यों हो गए बे? वाह भाई वेम्पायर क्या खेलती थी जब मैं देखता था।
वे फ्लैश देखो नीचे थी इसमें और अभी फ्लैश खेल रही है। EWC क्वालिफाई की है बताओ।
तो
अबे
But
D+
still
किया
no
भी नहीं है
trophy.
बे, मैं तो अभी नोटिस कर रहा हूँ।
өнгөрсөн жилдээ өтгөн
ऑल्टर ईगो भी नहीं है।
Have a second chance.
कौन है?
They're already on day
Flash,
number 2.
40,
Now this
DRX,
performance from RRQ, obviously they were incredibly quiet in our first 2 matches, so having this sort of comeback for them is not, I'm going to say, a miracle.
ग्लोबल टीम है।
It was obviously well determined and planned. They were able to sort of cause that chaos and that contention right here in the
लैग हो गया।
लैग नहीं हुआ बफर।
on the stages and basically position themselves.
पेरिस से दिल्ली के आ रहे हैं अपने आइडल, तुम एकदम ये करने लग गए।
Juggernaut teams sort of fell from there.
Yeah, it's still really good to see RRQ get a bit of presence here with that massive chicken dinner here on the outskirts of we saw during these replays. Oh my goodness, Oops, that clutch. There was Nigma Galaxy there trying to just survive against their grenades and also 4 drives coming in late. But what a clutch from this guy. But eventually you can see the circle very open-ended. Flash just throwing everything against the wall, hoping it sticks, but nothing really stuck for them. And eventually the angles they had was enough to finally secure the very first Indonesian win here.
Yeah, and for Flash, I mean, for them to even get second place, this is good as well for them being able to get those eliminations. But for some of the other squads, it's starting to be a bit of a, you need to start doing a lot better. We've seen Xbox Rejects do better. We've seen it now, none other than the team that just ended up winning RRQ do better to get themselves out of that bottom 3. As well as head-to-head here from Flash and Fortnite.
चेयर लेके आ जाओ ना, इधर बैठ जाओ।
My gosh, Fallout can definitely do his thing. He's still showing that they want to go for that first place because they should be able to go for that first. Is that Glitter? Glitter! Oh, wait, come back.
अभी पता है ये पांचों गेम में होस्ट कर चुके हैं, बहुत
Is there
मल्टी
any club
टैलेंटेड।
championship update?
Oh, no. But I'm literally going to get one right now. So stay tuned.
उनके यहाँ के
Thank
मन्नू
you.
भाई।
Glitter Explosion, our championship update person, just the girl. She knows everything about CC. But going back to some of the other with 4 Thrives, right? They're still battling with OG for that first place. If you end up being in first place, you won't be able to crush those keys.
Yeah, they've been having a bit of a tougher time in the last few games today because the finish is always just a solo of 4 Thrives. We're not seeing like the dominant force 4-3 players alive just steamrolling every team in these matches. No, it was Huzaifa earlier on in that Heaven finish. It was IQ. I want to see the just dominance of 4 Thrives back in these games because right now it's been a bit silent. But day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough for them to remain in that top 5.
लड़की क्यूट तो है, एकदम कोनी मारेंगे समीर।
Or even currently in
भाभी
the
जी से
top
ऐसे
5,
बात
if I'm
करते
not mistaken, when we get a chance to end up looking at the overall, it's Ulf. Ulf is a team that a lot of us were expecting to go straight
कल अपने
from
बाल
groups to
कर्ल्स की
finals
थी,
because
आज
of the
फ्रस्ट्रेट
performance
है।
that
अरे
they
लेट्स
had.
गो।
Yeah, it was about a 3.3
अरे
average
2
point
पॉइंट
for
की लीड
yesterday.
बची
Just in
है।
eliminations
अब आते हैं।
squad of this
OG।
caliber. I mean, their first few
एक
games
सेकंड,
only achieved sort of like 10
ये गाना फिर से बजाएंगे हम, जब जब ओजी टॉप में रहेगी तब तब बजाएंगे।
अरे वंदे मातरम क्यों बजा रहे हो भाई?
एक तेरा नाम है साचा, मन मेरी आने पाचा, बस नाम तेरा माँ हो। एक पहचान मेरी तू ही, जिंद जान मेरी तू ही, जहान मेरा माँ।
यस क्वालीफाई अब तो। रोक ही नहीं सकते डिफरेंस देख रहे हो 15 पॉइंट नहीं 25 पॉइंट 22 एकदम गुड
that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now.
क्या ये स्पीड चेस वुमेन्स चैंपियनशिप
दोनों देख के एकदम नर्डी है भाई।
अच्छा रुको ये वाला करता हूँ प्रॉपर्टीज
चाय कॉफी।
Oh wait, this is a PUBG mobile blind box. There's something inside. Let's open it.
There's a Gigabyte
one. Oh my gosh.
The mysterious, the joyful.
Wait, y'all ready for this?
Is that the clan or clan?
Wait, you ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my god, you guys are already ripping it.
Sorry, we're littering right now. Don't worry, we'll pick it up after this.
Oh, there's more packaging.
Oh, I thought I got the special one.
Oh, there's a card in there too.
Oh, did I just get the one I wanted? Oh, no.
Hey, I got the pink
That's the one. Is that what we get? Let's open it.
I got the.
Gonna have to put
I think I got the pink one. Sorry, spoiler alert.
What did I get?
We're clearly not good at opening blind boxes.
If you like ASMR, here you go.
थोड़ा सा डिटेलिंग कम है देखो।
Yeah,
Wait.
boy. Wait, did we get twinsies? Wedding.
Please let me open this. Yes.
दोनों का सेम इसका थोड़ा अलग है।
Yes. I like this. You know what? I'm the rest of the day because we're now heading to the final 3 matches of PMWC and EWC 26 Group A.
कोई संस्कार नहीं है।
Who's going to be making it?
आओ
This
भारत
is
देश
awesome.
आओ संस्कार सिखाते हैं कैसे क्लीन रखते हैं।
I'm loving it. Some excellent blind box openings coming there through from our analyst desk. They're having a good time. Our teams probably less so because it is getting sweaty.
Yeah, that's the thing about blind boxes, John. You never really know what you're going to get outside of the predefined list of items. But obviously in PUBG Mobile, kind of similar.
Think bye, welcome to the stream. Good evening, Rick. Good evening, good evening. Pani puri khao isi baat par, किस बात पर? Send pani puri for 2 jewels. अरे thank you यार Venom भाई. Love you यार. Thank you.
A real fight for them to try and join some of the teams maybe in the survival stage.
Welcome to the stream Venom भाई. भाई आप भी बैठ जाओ. बैठ गया.
We're going to be heading over into Erangel for the last time of Group A. As the plane pass over, looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down towards Novo way, towards that military base. We saw that military circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going to be cooking with into our last 3 games of today. And obviously for some teams, John, that's the brutal reality of the situation. It's not just the last few games they're playing today, it could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26, John. If it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going to happen necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
Because 3 of these teams are going to be going home, as the desk was talking about before. It's, you know, on that bubble right now, 33 points to 35. They need to jump up a little bit further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams beneath them as well, but it is still all to play for as we enter the back half of the day. Over military base, looks like we've got 3 teams dropping out. Goats will be heading on through, trying to make their way over to Novo. A very heavy West plane part.
Shift on that as well. God, we've had some kind of rough circles so far. John, I don't know if you'd agree, mate. Past day, especially today again. It's been a bit aggro. This is one that I imagine for GOAT team you're probably going to look up and go, you know what, it's not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream.
Yeah, grab some of those hovercrafts, pull a KRX, send him to get in late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flasher on the hunt. There's 2 players in a buggy. Out there he goes, waiting for the spray down. Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload, leaning out like those 3 players in the car, trying to chase them. looks
बोल
like
रहे इधर घुमा
rejects
साला तुम भी
are wily to it.
तुमसे घुमा नहीं जा रहा टॉप उधर को देखो
अबे क्या लजवाओ देख रहे हैं भाई ये कौन सी टीम है
Gangster level plays as he
भाई
leans
जो
out
पीछे
the
बॉटम
back
पे
seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reaver to get their first healing hard hammered in. So not ideal for Reject, John. You've dropped into a field and you've been mowed over by a vehicle.
Far from it. Yeah, absolutely. Do
Anshika ji,
want to
welcome
be
to the
keeping all
stream.
your players alive
Hello,
right till the very end,
क्या
Jackie. That is
हाल है,
a top tip for PUBG Mobile. But they are going to be playing on and right on the bubble as well in that 13th place position. It is rough stuff, especially given that they're one of the few teams who's already dropped up towards this north side, right? With 4 players, they have such a better opportunity with Severny to grab everything that they want. And if you guys want to grab everything that you want, make sure that you're joining the Uzumaki Naruto event to make sure you can get the chance to draw those beautiful skins that have been added to the game over the course of it. Let's see if you can take the top.
जो भी हो
जियो दन
जो भी हो उस मुल्क के ऊपर रहना है जो
अबे मां स्ट्रीम बिल्कुल भी लैग
Spots here, well, you have to wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
अरे ये तो इंटरनेट पे है ना ये वाला
maybe
अगर
another
लैग करेगा
time.
तो
But
इधर
obviously
बता
for the
देगा
squads that are battling it out right now, I do like the point that you established.
अपना अपलोड लैग नहीं हो रहा डाउनलोड लैग हो रहा है
हाँ डाउनलोड लैग है अपना अपलोड में
हाउ कम भाई हाउ कम
जियो जियो है
It's the idea that for a team that was thankfully gifted a position that was far closer towards zone, you've got a quicker rotate to actually get yourself set up, find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off and you're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even one at a pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And Rejects, I mean, not, you know, being rude, John, they need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they are only 2 points ahead. They definitely need to have everything playing to their tune if they can get it. Team Flash very happy to be able to add another point to their tally, try and solidify themselves in towards the top 5. Because of how the playing path was sat, it did exacabate those vehicle drops, which is why you see that sort of conflict. And then trying to break out these, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one down. I just hope they didn't waste too much time. It was pretty quick though, so I don't imagine that they have. They also have all of Yasna to be looted through. We are seeing the classic Nick Galaxy send 2 out and see how far you can go. I'm expecting to see them in Kameshki in about a minute.
Yeah, this has been, well, you know, relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. We've seen that over the course of the flow of games today as well. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby. Ulf and then Flash in the middle as well. Another squad that's there though, John. OG. Been looking a lot more exciting as the event's gone on. A lot of fanfare behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today, obviously taking that top spot right now, just about pipping 4th right to the post.
Okay, sorry. मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्टिंग भाई आप डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाओ
very closely for position.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे मैं आपको लिंक शेयर करता हूँ and then we'll
It's brilliant that you have that sort of step up.
Guys, जो भी नए हैं प्लीज लाइक कर दीजिएगा.
Really been putting that
Let's go. We are very close to 10 likes. लाइक कर दीजिए. क्या बोला सुनाई नहीं दिया. Yes, स्टिंग में मैं बोल रहा हूँ आप डिस्कॉर्ड VC ज्वाइन करो जनरल VC.
They're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out in a lot of situations. I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there for 4th rise as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Nick Galaxy to try and sweep through. Obviously, no, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Nick Galaxy. Yeah. But yeah, it was really quite nutty what they were able to pull off there. Unfortunate that Coops did roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say a little bit too much risk for my liking, but that's why I'm not in his shoes.
That's fair enough, man. I think you know, certain times you could dial it on, right? And if you can wreck yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does need to sort of realistically understand it's time to play a bit slower, be a bit more defensive, he can hit that switch. But he's so damn slick with it in firefights that, honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day one with absolute fanfare. That's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water, though. You got this wrap over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead, and 2 of the 4-man split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Yeah, still in Pachinki though, and if I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until zone 2 and then see where they can go. Okay, no, they are on the road now, so they have finally looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with Geek, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Rosok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there.
ऊपर Discord वाला icon पे click करो.
At the moment, with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way north nice and quickly or drop down south if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be blocking each other. It's going to be a lot harder to move. It's very, very difficult to try and make that rotation. But sometimes that's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you are going to end up going. But yeah, I'm looking at the teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it in towards stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. As much as the ideal situation doesn't always present itself, sometimes you've got to just roll with the punches.
Already exist.
We did see a little bit of a read there from Geek as well. It's Ragnarok that's looked like he's actually kind of the spear of this team in situations where they want to instigate. He's always keen for a fight. Took some warning shots over towards OG, won't really invest much into it, but info goes both ways. They don't need to all-out brawl right now. They'll avoid that encounter. This is going to get spicy soon, though, John. A lot of space that's going to be taken away. Tons of squads getting neck and neck towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle. Again, those teams out to the east side going to have better access to this one, but I'm looking at RRQ and wondering what their moves are here. It's a difficult spot for them. Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them to get a good start, but as time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forwards a scout. And actually, the compound to the south of that bridge looks fairly uncontested. They might just saddle themselves with a really quite brilliant compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. Very, very central. And potential to backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
Ooh, 10 points for that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey-ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the ramp.
You know what? A chicken dinner's worth any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish, though, and you're right, yeah. Style points definitely super important here.
Accept and install.
It's pretty on brand for 4.5s as well, isn't it? Style from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have it blow up in your face. But Flash,
they're
really big ones, but they're full of those, you know, the things you used to buy from the penny shop, you throw them down, they blow up. It's like that.
Yeah.
We download हो रहा है.
Absolutely.
Download हो जाने दो. उसके बाद I'll tell you क्या करना है. For now, I'll send you another Discord
link. It looks like the opener has gone well, but Bozy has already fallen as well. So it is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario. Well, more uncomfortable than it already is, to try and find themselves locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX going to continue to just slightly creep around the wings of this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in. Ooh, trying to swing the broadsword there on contact. Top's good for one quick flashback. Rolex with the heavy artillery doing damage as well. It's a trading blows right now, but this is looking like a pretty good recovery for Flash, John.
Yeah, it looks that way indeed as Gaming Stars go down and Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting.
नहीं scroll मत अभी देखो नीचे आप कर्सर के जस्ट नीचे.
Taking those shots at you.
हाँ इस समीर भाई का देखो. हाँ इसको as it is copy paste करो.
From X-Force Rejects. Looks like they may not find too much more luck out in the open as they rotate towards the Wizard Tower here. This is very, very central in those Yas fields. It is completely isolated, and SAPG has nades for days.
वो डाउनलोड हो जाए उसके बाद आप मेरे को एक बार बताना, ठीक है? डिस्कॉर्ड पे डीएम करना, डाउनलोड होने के बाद आई विल टेल यू कि प्ले करने पे क्या आएगा क्या नहीं, एंड मैं आपको अभी बता देता हूँ। चलो अब जैसे ही आपका डाउनलोड हो जाएगा, अगर आप अभी प्ले करते हो, प्ले करने पे ट्यूटोरियल आएगा सामने, मतलब पहले कट सीन आएगा छोटा सा, फिर 10 मिनट का एक ट्यूटोरियल आएगा, तो ट्यूटोरियल प्लीज स्किप मत करना, स्किप करोगे तो फिर आपका एंट्री काउंट नहीं होगा, ओके? एंड फिर आपको ट्यूटोरियल खत्म करने के बाद यू नीड टू प्ले 3 मैचेस, जिसमें आपको 3 मैचेस खत्म करके एक एंड में मैं आपको ना एक चीज़ भेज रहा हूँ, देखो ऐसे टाइप का आपके उसमें आएगा, जस्ट अ सेकेंड, हाँ मैं आपको फॉरवर्ड किया, देखो ये वाला चीज़ देखो, ऐसे टाइप का आपको हर मैच के बाद एक समरी दिखेगा, तो ये वाला आपको स्क्रीनशॉट लेना है, एंड 3 मैचेस का स्क्रीनशॉट लेना है मिनिमम, जिसमें आप एलिजिबल हो जाएगा। उसके बाद आपकी मर्जी, आप जितना भी खेल सकते हो, इफ़ यू आर लाइकिंग द गेम एंड प्ले मोर मैचेस, तो आपका पॉइंट ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा, एंड यू बी मोर लाइकली टू गेट मोर गिवअवेज, वैसा, ठीक है?
तो स्क्रीनशॉट भेजना है ना आपको?
हाँ, मेरे को नहीं, मैं आपको अभी जैसे जहाँ पे आप क्रिएटर रोल पे आपको एक बार अप्रूव हो जाए आपका वहाँ पे, तो फिर मैं आप बता दूंगा कहाँ पे अपलोड करना है। आप बस जब तक वो नहीं होता तब तक आप आपका गेम डाउनलोड हो रहा था, ट्यूटोरियल खेलना, एंड ट्यूटोरियल स्किप मत करना, कॉस्ट जाता है उनको डेटा, और उसके बाद यू नीड टू प्ले 3 मैचेस, ठीक है? कूल, ओके। तो आप मैं डीसी पे ही हूँ, आपको अगर कुछ भी ऐसा लगे तो आप मेरे को टेक्स्ट, नहीं तो वीसी पे डायरेक्ट आ जाना जनरल पे, आई विल ड्रैग यू।
ओके ओके
ओके, कूल, थैंक्स,
थैंक यू,
या यप, इसको बढ़ाते हैं।
Cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get Falak back to his feet. Zeus moves into an off angle though, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with Goat in the wings too. There is danger on every front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. 4 drives, look to maintain position on the east side.
Yeah, I want to see if they can really dig their heels in and hold on to this. Top's attempted to get a large dash on the nade, but not enough distance to hit that one, and on the double back, he's spotted out. Easy connections from Hooksy and Tree. That's going to be him left, banged out in the field, John, as KRX clean up on that free elim.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well. 2 players down now for Flash. KRX looking to hunt down a third as Zeus heads out to the blue with his comrade. On the east side, really getting hounded out of town now. Circles in, we're about to see that next stage coming through, and as soon as you start getting knocked in the blue zone, it's not going to work out well for you. This central area, Ulf's compound, super important. With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east, okay, it's going to guard a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have 4 drives. Geek as well, holding down that area, could potentially be onto a winner. But Thundertalk, slap bang in the middle, might just have what they needed, because X-Force rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Pot shots being taken towards RQ as well.
सब KYN क्यों लगाया इनका अलग स्पॉन्सर है शायद।
That split from either side of the squads of AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RQ attempting to get the shots on target. Furia third party as Chief starts to strike, and they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula following the damage they've taken from that investment, John.
Trying to recoup some losses, see if they can consolidate, re-engage a little bit stronger. That north side does need to conclude fast though, because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge, that slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
R3B, what can he do here? Closing the gap with the shotty quick switch to the primary as well. Tracing not quite on point to get the back tag off as Furia do dip. See the damage is already done. He's only a solo, but barely might survive. Finding the operative term, and not this time. Alula way bye-bye to Furia as they are down now.
They say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations they found, they are making that break for the survival stages here and now. now in match 10. Takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the two teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down DK and potentially RRQ off this match.
Exactly, see how far you can force this one. Do not leave fate in the hands of the other squads that are nearby you, vying for survival within today's games here. PMWC, giving your absolute all. And write history for yourself. We've got the POV of Force right now. There was that two split players at the further backside from Fuchs and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. Been a whole lot quiet for 4-5, sitting pretty for some time. Alula, meanwhile, has been forced to fight. And it seems like, again, they are willing to do so. Brief opportunity to loot. Yasser further back. Vehicle taking some shots.
Do need to get that healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The Blazer takes it down. Tags coming on through. And he will fall. Unfortunate there to lose one, but yeah, for Alula, this may be as far as they can go. I was hopeful that they could find something maybe against Ulf, pushing in nice and quickly from that north side, but yeah, the doors are starting to close, the windows too, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. In contest again, peeking over the ridgeline as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh, they're so low though from the sustained damage they're taking from outside of the blue. The pot shots, even with R3B getting that tag into the back of KRX, they don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just one man left effectively. R3B try as he might to get anything more here. At least make it a dire game for KRX. That was the closing play.
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie and Binny. Hang on a minute. Is he just, he's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX gonna have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players. The circle's gonna push them away from their position. Ulf on the north side is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split that Ulf are holding right now, it feels a little bit greedy, but with Eren on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side. With Kalsi on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kalsi will be the first to move if it comes to it, but Eren also needs to jet on in. Once they consolidate in their position, they're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
GK getting backstabbed as well from Aurora. Good shots there to be able to split the squad into only 2 effective players remaining alive. AGAL hunkered themselves down towards the ditch after taking a few shots on target from Nigma. Ooh, backstab though as Joel gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Goat Team out of the southwest of this to potentially play spoilers to Nigma Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team are further out to the northwest, and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make, and Aurora and Goat are going to fight for the opportunity to take down the rest of Nigma Galaxy.
The nade protocols have been good so far. Let's see if they can do it again. Aurora lining that one up. Good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Fuchs gets knocked, and Force living on a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it. Only really Moxie that remains alive, but the nades don't stop, John.
Oh dear, that old Goat does need to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the bombardment continues, and Aurora stay alive with all 4 of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side because Reefus is engaged now with GK over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now, though, as Reefus does have the challenge. Steps forward, SAFG wins it, and Doc just wasn't there. The rest of Aurora, they weren't there either, and Reefus will be the price that they pay. But is there an answer? Is there retribution? Seoul looks to try and find one. But Geeke managed to get back behind the headland. A nade on in. Let's see if it's good. It splits the difference, takes down one more, and SAFG now fighting for his life.
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, back quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. Catch your breath. Geeke gone.
ग्रुप पी का मैचेस कल है क्या? ये स्टिंग बाइक गॉड लाइक का कल मैचेस है, हम लोग कल भी स्ट्रीम करेंगे। सच बताऊं तो गॉड लाइक से ज़्यादा उम्मीद है नहीं।
Doc takes a tumble. The knock sent over their way. KRX are trying to scout out. maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thundertalk Gaming have just been so quiet over the course of this whole match, Jackie. They've been in this position for a long, long time. They can stay there for a little bit longer, but I imagine you're going to have Aurora and Ulf on your doorstep pretty soon.
And that's not a collective that you want at your front door.
उम्मीद मेरा भी नहीं है, बट क्या करे देश पहले यार स्टिंग भाई, आप किसको सपोर्ट करते हो मतलब रीजन पे अपने?
Just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting
यार
pretty,
40 का एक बढ़िया
at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Halula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
Not the best of health, but you'll take it. It's the only thing on offer.
फेवरेट है क्या सोल?
KRX
क्या बात है, अपनी तो बहुत अच्छी
probably the most difficult position here. Depending on their timing though, because 4Thrives and Ulf are both going to have to move.
अरे 328 आप भी लिखेगा, अरे
and if you could find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight, something like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But it looks like Ulf are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They're stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one, Kaus buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to steal away some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John, and 4Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
4Thrives are already sending out. They are on the hunt. Cypher and IQ following this one down to the bitter end, as only remnants of these two teams on the north side will still be in action, and Cypher is all too happy to take those points, push OG off the top spot as well, and they are back in first place. On board with them, they got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora. Nice nades on target. Satan takes the brunt of the damage. Ulf still attempting to fight versus 4Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them. Lord battles back on the top, up close. Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play with a shotty, and he's got space to be able to calm this one down, John. Tuck into the limited cover. AGAL from the sideline, though.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not? Aurora down to 1. Just Joel remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that next
Mortal का entry देखना है फिर
international the zone will keep him in if he moves forwards to some of these trees, but stim up first, allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now.
But yeah, Soul को तो इस बार भी जाना था यार, over
confidence. Solo for Enigma Galaxy, who ruined the day 4Thrives last time around.
Whatever happens, happens for the best.
Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle. Might be a little bit harder. Cypher though wants to try and get all over this circle. It's not going to go well though. They do take a tumble. Falak's down too.
Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains of the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight, shut down 4Thrives, and can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack onto them. They might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Zol. So we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank. They disengaged from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. you're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from Nick Galaxy, and that's how you want to hold. A nice little opening spray down, but two players unload right next to the compound, a third on the flip side as well. Maple looking to burn Lord out of position. Coops is half HP as well. Immediately catches him on the egress, and now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? Because Lord is down, and now Coops is the next to follow.
Really cleanly played there from Maple.
सारंग तो मेरे घर के पास ही रहता है. क्या बात कर रहे हो स्टिंग में? सच्ची में?
Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around all the commotion, but he's found Jimmy, dispatches him, and we get into that final four.
क्या सच्ची में स्टिंग भाई?
AGAL looking slightly more green around the gills.
आप कहाँ से हो स्टिंग भाई? By the way,
roster, leaving them with an effective free to fight back versus TTG. Jimmy. Already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock on the Joel.
आज तो सारंग भाई का बर्थडे है by the way.
Nades chucked out for defensive maneuvers.
They're
committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
The nades not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle.
They have more space.
Not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles. They would spot the runouts coming through with Jimmy's angle there on the high ground. They might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these two potential winning candidates.
हाँ गुवाहाटी का है ना वो. अच्छा मैं आसाम से रुक भाई. अरे यार सिंह भाई आप आसाम से हो तो वहाँ पे क्या सीन अभी? कैसे सब ठीक है अभी?
Now as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEC on the top side, just scanning over the periphery
situation
of the
there?
building.
TTG obviously.
They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
पहली बार 4v4 last zone fight.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL, but...
हाँ, अच्छा. कितने? 4 1 5. अभी किससे बात किया?
Look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thunder Talk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thunder Talk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark. XEC still looking on the top side for the pickup. Sitting on the door. That's the nades in as well. They're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. Looks very uncomfortable from TTG, and the double nade on target. Flower and Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you are at panic stations.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got? It's all up to Singh for Thunder Talk, but he does find an answer for one. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thunder Talk.
स्टिंग भाई मैं बोला ना AGAL जीतेगी. तुम्हारा भाई गेम नॉलेज वाला का बहुत है.
19 points, 9 eliminations.
पता नहीं अचानक से RRQ जिस लेवल पे डोमिनेट करती थी अभी ऑल गेमर्स वैसे हर गेम पे
डोमिनेट. It was the biggest opener they
Upper Assam is under control, but Bhutan के gates खोल दिया है dams का, तो Lower Assam में start हो गया. तो ये भूटान का क्यों खोले फिर? मतलब उनको बोले नहीं, like कोई ऐसा इंडिया का ऑपरेशन से ऐसे कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई कि मैं जब ऐसा करूँगा तो हमारे देश में दिक्कत आ जाएगी. ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं है क्या सीन?
And then flex out towards the east side.
आप कहाँ पे रहते हो? Upper Assam या Lower Assam?
Moving into that area earlier on, it felt like they kind of threw that one all away, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the winds, not throwing it into the bin.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's everything to gain, nothing to lose in those kind of moments with how close we are towards the end of day 2, being down towards the bottom side of the standings. An opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation twice towards the mid-game, and then, like you say, with the late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 2020, John, but in those moments, a new pair of glasses may be needed.
Absolutely, or at least contacts at the very least.
Yeah.
Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams rather, jumping up to try and get into the survival stages. A couple of our teams towards the top as well, making a bid to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct Grand Finals qualification spots. So really interesting. Moving out of Erangel now, we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm very excited
let's go.
to see
upper अच्छा आप upper असम में हो तो सिंह भाई आपके वहाँ पे सब बढ़िया है ना सब ठीक ठाक है ना
more rotationally focused. We say that all the time, right?
I hope
so hopefully
everything
the
is
smart
fine
players are going to be able to
with
bring
you and your
something to bear.
family.
Who has got the brains behind the ball?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need that large IQ to help you get through these kind of games. These
So
are
I
replays
hope,
from the final
everything
moments
is
on
fine,
that
King Bhai.
one as well. Of course, Thunder Talks, like we said, you
take
had
care
one
of
opportunity on the
yourself and your
engagement, though. It was a
family.
nice knock from AGAL, and then they just ran through with it, John. The nade opener absolutely crippled them.
3 या 2
Solid comms, they knew what they'd done already.
2 पॉइंट पीछे थे 6 पॉइंट आगे
As soon as the comms go silent, you know that they've got it locked down.
Yeah. Seemed happy, seemed confident with how they played it overall. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well, where we had that 2-2 setup. Yeah, XZZ basically just on the top side, looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had Liu as well further out, like you mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well, that is what you need to try and find. I mean, how many nades were in the pockets, do you reckon? For TT, right, when they went down? It felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure, it's not like the perfect place, but I don't think such a thing really exists when it comes to this. You do just need to be throwing those downrange. There was more that they could have done. It was not to be. And credit to AGAL for being able to leverage that advantage, right? They sort of they were able to read into that. They were able to send out, right, and grab their player back up because they felt, oh, yeah, they're not putting pressure on us. Let's just go for it.
I know that's the thing, right? It does kind of feel like we're really egging on this one point, but when you look back at it in hindsight now, that was the pivotal moment of it's the big edge they had. Following everything else that went on from there, John, there was no advantage taken. It was very sort of, you know, cowsome in the setup they went for, hoping that effectively they'd find a pick on contact. Doesn't go that way when you're eating shrapnel. So yeah, the one opener that did give them an edge, not followed through on.
लेकिन कि अच्छा दरअसल भूटान को इंडिया से परमिशन लेकर डैम बनाने की जरूरत
some of the rotations around that west side as well worked out well for them, right? Because remember early on I was talking about AGAL, oh, they're going all the way out west. True. And they were later into the zone. They played a slow game. They played the only team really to go for that sort of thing, and it's obviously worked out well for them in this instance. But I feel like if another team was in Thunder Talks position, it might not have been as easy. But either way, they do manage to make it work. So yeah, very smart stuff coming through from AGAL. Looking to try and get one of those spots for themselves as well. I'm loving how close all of this is, Jackie.
I know, it has been exciting, right? Obviously a little bit different to the usual spin of things when we're at such a prestigious event like this with the back-to-back games. The fact we're going into a day 2 with a risk of not only having teams qualifying through, having that sort of, you know, our dream moment, this is great, but the sheer defeat, the sheer panic of sitting there and realizing that's it, 2 days of play and it's over, mate. You know, you're thinking about airports, John. You're not thinking about trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your organization with a big result.
Yes.
After what's been quite a grind to get here.
आर्यन तारू जी आपका मेरे चैनल पे स्वागत है. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for joining. OG on top. Yes.
There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team.
भाई अगर लेकिन गोट टॉप 5 में नहीं आई ना बहुत बुरा लगेगा. The only team with 2 chicken dinners.
How we were sat before this, and for the final 2 matches to be so important is pretty important.
Crazy नाम के साथ आए हैं.
We're going to be jumping down for an interview with Al Lola.
Yes, we do. I've got Quick here from Alola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final 2 games here on the Qiddiya City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate.
और आर्यन भाई क्या हालचाल कैसे हो? उनका भी गलती नहीं क्योंकि रिजर्वायर फुल हो गया तो खोलना ही पड़ेगा वरना डैम टूट सकता है जिससे बहुत बड़ा डिजास्टर.
أول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك وحابب أسألك بخصوص الأداء خلال اليوم الثاني.
Left from Nepal. अरे आर्यन भाई left from India मेरे भाई. कल तो मैचेस है अपने फिर तो अगर आप नेपाल से हो
من ناحية الفرص إنكم تبنوا عزم
का भी मैचेस है अपने टीम गॉडलाइक का भी है.
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وبين سكيل عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو وجاي ندخل بالجو وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتأهل.
Alright, sports and watch.
Yes. When it comes to our tactics, our strategies, we just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
Speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, sorry, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good, and then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون، فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم اقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل ار كيو بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم
बहुत प्योर फाइट्स हुए थे एक बार नेपाल में.
رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
سمجاني.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final 2 games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble of potentially going into the bottom 3. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين، اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج، فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق، كيف شعورهم وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله.
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل، انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه، انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها وها هي ما يعني متاهلين الثقة موجودة، الحماس موجود، كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state, we're in the right state of mind, we can accomplish what we want to, and hopefully within these last 2 games, like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Qiddiya City Grid before we throw it over to the studio, so let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp sonraki maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well, but we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then.
एरर आ गया पता नहीं क्यों. अरे कॉन्ग अपना रुचि नेपाल गए थे ना तब
wins no chicken dinners just yet, but we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number 1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations?
एरर आ गया तो वहाँ पे वो देखो बूस्ट का ऑप्शन होगा.
Henüz bir win almadınız ama
नीचे जस्ट बूस्ट का ऑप्शन होगा, वो वाला क्लिक करो और फायरवॉल आपका रोक रहा होगा इसलिए एरर आ रहा होगा.
Top 4'da da çok
फायरवॉल में फिर
oynadınız
एक
ama
अलाउ का
hiçbir
ऑप्शन
win
आएगा, अलाउ कर
gelmedi.
देना.
Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
we will only keep playing our own game, and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
डीएम देखना एक बार, एक फोटो भेज रहा है। ओके ओके देखो। हाँ तो अभी रीट्राई मारो, ठीक है? रीट्राई मारने के बाद क्या दिखा रहा है मेरे को वो बताओ स्टीम में यहाँ। रिट्राई मारने के बाद क्या दिखा रहा है? मैं आपका डीएम ही खोला हुआ हूं, आप उसका मेरे को भेजो।
We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement for him. But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favorites to take this competition now. He beat the favorite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you. They've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGAL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard, because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Blank. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us.
अरे वो application का नाम क्या था?
7WG. We got to talk about that last game.
Application का नाम War Gaming Game Center ऐसे कुछ WAR मारो. अब इधर आओ, Discord आ जाओ, मैं देखता हूँ. अब मेरे को screen share करो, बताता हूँ.
For how many games has it been? 8 games so far, something like that. Yeah, 10
क्या
games.
problem है बताता हूँ. अब Discord आओ.
No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing. But to go in a little bit more in depth, right? I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more, as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting replacement
firewall का ही वही वाला ना, firewall को allow करना पड़ता है ऐसा कुछ.
Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping insanely. They were there for the longest time.
Okay, however you call it that though, because you came out, you said X-Force.
भाई power नहीं है यहाँ पे, बिना power का मैं stream कर रहा हूँ.
I didn't say they were not camping. I say it wasn't just lucky, though. They were holding off people. What do you mean? They were holding off Furia. They were holding a bunch of other people. But for this one, Thunder Talk, they were legit just camping.
Okay. I agree with that. I mean, to be fair to Thunder Talk, though, they need some points. Okay, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
You gotta do.
Okay, you can't hate too much. No. I'll tell you what I do hate, though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto Volcano versus Aurora. That was a throw. That was probably the biggest throw I've seen in quite some time, actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing from.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into playing view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. And that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy.
अब ट्यूटोरियल
One
करके
team
3
that
मैच
does need
खेलना
the
है ना
points is
यस
what able to put
ट्यूटोरियल
up good
करके 3
points
मैच
there in
खेलना
the
है
last
ट्यूटोरियल
match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance out of their squad that's trying to make it to a survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something that's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
मेरे को बताना फिर I'll let you know कहाँ पे क्या play करना है, ठीक है? एक मैच मुश्किल से 15 मिनट का होता है. It will hardly take you 45 minutes
a little less
to complete 3 games
overall.
That's
what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. That's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah, I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now, they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think, honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment, because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, now Lepar's going to have to clutch up.
It's true. I think you're right there. It's like, and I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not. There's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random, and I think a few teams have been doing that. Like
for OG, they're not going to be that upset. All right, they ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out. I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in, because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up, as we're seeing the battle there for first place, is 4Thrives. 4Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
It was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4Thrives, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them, as KRX was trying to, but 4 Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora Gaming there in that third. And now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place, because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. It's just 11 points, which honestly, it can, even through this, even through Ulf as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
Again, I think for Ulf, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Aaron's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching Erangel on Airstrip, that was really nice. They had a great setup. It's very creative at the end of the day. But I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Aaron's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. For Nigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5. They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy about, because I'm like, guys, you've been playing very well at certain points of time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your body up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
has been performing so well. But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're going to be sending it to Claris and the man with the big energy.
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me. I talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2
40 on top, yes,
here, Jukes,
40 on top.
some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked, because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you got to clutch it up. One team I got to talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing, though, was that they landed in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're going to need to, because Nigma Galaxy is going to come from.
I think they did such a good job, west side of Impala, to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about GK just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win. And since then, it's slipping here, slipping there. And I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar. Lickety
Good team बस इंग्लिश में सुनने में ही सेक्सी लगता है हिंदी ट्रांसलेट करो तो बकरा टीम को भी हिंदी से ट्रांसलेट करो टीम का क्या है हिंदी व्हाट इज टीम
So far, he's starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup. That would be a travesty. With 2 games left, you got to smarten up quick.
Bakra Toli.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy, and back off when you have a knock to play around, you know? That's kind of
me.
That's kind of, well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like for now, we're going to be kept kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4 Thrives are on top of it, in and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, but I can't believe
I've just got to twist that knife.
I know, you really are. You're turning it, you're twisting
Second place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose. Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take
it. Something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role, that's Max.
No, it's not. It's not Max. Oh, dear. They're on the road again with a big bang. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team heading on up on the South Coast Road. Going to potentially move in over towards Puerto Periso and Impala, that sort of area of the map. But the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws.
Oh yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays, with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots, obviously, being drastically important. Skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities, because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match. But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me, because it's right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you? Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving some air.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thundertalk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you work normally do cardio, mate, you know. No one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done. So
I was rehearsing as well.
Oh, it was good to see though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects with a chance to take a fight against Ulf. And remember, X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to bursting in the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out of that danger zone. Devil up top side with the Mini 14 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map, up towards La Cabrera. They do need access to the hills to their south, and if they can win a fight with X-Force rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills, but we've got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an overinvestment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away. So Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. For Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over towards Impala. Coming in from that eastern side for Goat team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful on a Miramar. Wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment, over past Cruz de Valle. But there is Geek in the way in El Azahar, so it could potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
Yeah, see what we're cooking with, and this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up. Condense is relatively central, filling slightly down. So most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You can see Geek advancing a bit quicker now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL to potentially bump into Aurora on the late advancement.
Trying to push in on that south side. There are other options for AGAL here. Maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo. They could send up, maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing even further north. But you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach. So going straight through may just be the best option available to them. Geek sort of slowly trundling over the hillsides, and Goat have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots, but doesn't quite take it. Doesn't have the lineup with the rest of the team to confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous Goat team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar, they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the Goat style. It'll give Geek a window of opportunity to get into the zone. Is that Reject getting a knockover onto 4-5 shot? There we go.
I believe it was, yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one. And not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about. With Alula atop it, but actually Enigma Galaxy kind of in the way of it as well.
Yeah.
You can see there is this this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground. For Aurora, this is a brilliant spot to take points, to try and extract value from this early to mid game.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. So reset from 4 Thrives, they're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate, they were trailing behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit with them actually pulling up very close towards the Aurora squad, looking to blot out the sun. It's a nice angle on the peak from top. A weapon he's very comfortable with. Takes the pot shot, but not quick on the response. XCZ with a knock, John. Damn.
Now Aurora can't really roll forwards. Doc and Joel immediately rolling back around to try and keep things together. Reefers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. But it is still a long way out from the end of this one as the res comes through. So Top's back to his feet. They can start to control this eastern side, but the hills for Aurora are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
This is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab building. Scouting party play from Doc coming in around the rear whilst the nades are just keeping them hammered into position. AGL do get 1 knock onto top once again. It's a good nade thrown out from a key player from the team in Flower H, but on the hard commit, Joel is slick with it with a reply. Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now. Leo on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
Moves out into position. Doc on the high ground has control of the angle, though Liu does need to be careful. That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here, and Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Made out to try and find an angle on towards Thunder Talk. And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Kind of rule number 1 though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on the move up as well, once again armed with a shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG that puts AJ to sleep on first contact. Close quarters combat, Reefus with a hop up, good to shut him down. TTG thought they'd finally got a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX. That backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL overextending in that scenario and losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
You've got Top priming the nade as well up top right now. This shanty town could be taken down as the nade from Top's right on target. Goodbye, Jim. They know they've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Reefus with a bait play, opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for 1. Jimmy replies. It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they will go down again, and it's good news for our bubble teams once more, who are looking to try and make that chase. As we turn our attention over to the northeast side, it is Orangutan, 4 Thrives, and Ulf going at loggerheads to try and push past, because 4 Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
And that respite for 4 Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event, always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weakened situations to get advantage from it. Here thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. A three-man squad that got away realistically, John, with liberties in that situation. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from Goat?
Goat as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is Goat, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Fuchsman as he peeks wide. A nade sent back on in, but not really connecting just yet. Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far up and caught into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high ground, a massive threat.
That's the thing. Killer Joe usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early left him more susceptible, so they attempt to backpedal. Lord resets, very elevated angle to peek down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with the knock once more, back on his legs. Goat, it seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down, Fuchsman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. Goats do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. But Moxie finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. And that should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too. So Goat cut in half here. Enigma Galaxy with a big opportunity.
There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick getaway. Whatever you choose, Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between KRX and Aurora as well, leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it, piece away from the situation, but Joel not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle, only top left.
Moving in on that south side of Soda for Aurora. Goats do manage to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Moxie, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get rezzed there. A rotate in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Alola will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is the X-Force Reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Enigma were looking right on the edge, debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Fuchs is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation. And they better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ in a really important fight right now. They're trying to push in behind Alula. If they get a chunk out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold, an R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from, how many are they, what sort of angles are they playing around with. It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. As Enigma Galaxy look to get rid of the remnants of Goat.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Fuchs was knocked once again. The overinvestment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk, though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the peak from Alula. Coops looking for a backside read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with Force miles away from assisting him.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot of health bar, but it looks like they may be able to res up to 3 if they're lucky. All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering, but it's back and forth with Goat, and I think that might just spell the end for them. Only Killer Joe now remaining. The last to stand, Enigma Galaxy all too chuffed with this because they are in that 5th place spot now. Goat desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good shots on target. Stop Killer Joe. Remove Goat. So they're out here. And that's the dream scenario, licking your lips for Enigma Galaxy. They'll be able to move themselves up. Cleaning limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force falling to RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now. Resetting, playing inside of the smoke. Such a wide berth of space, though, with Silence keeping his sights on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alola, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Enigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGL could be more important.
अगर यहाँ पे वो बच गया ना, क्या बचा है बे?
Definitely be on the cards for Fury if they're able to find an opener.
यहाँ पे अगर मर जाते तो भाई, लेकिन ये थोड़ा सा risky rotation था भाई.
They do have options, but again, it just slaps.
अगर इनफैक्ट मैं तो सोचा था गिग के जगह पे जाने पे या यहाँ पे रिजेक्ट है वहाँ पे जाने का. वहाँ पे जाते तो फिर से दोनों के बाहर होते हैं. तो ये जो डिसीजन लिए ये लोग बहुत ही crazy डिसीजन था.
Considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run up.
अभी देखो ULF वाले भी same चीज कर रहे हैं.
Could have been a very different game for AGL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Top trying to creep up towards the hills here, but has to go open broadside towards Team Flash if he wants to make it. Furia up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alola picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. On the north side. Oh, continuing to just lose a player.
अभी GST वाले OG पे आ रहे हैं.
And they may not last too
मार
much
इसको GST वाले को मार.
And it's Ulf out in 9th place.
Finished off there.
मार GST वाला गया.
With the mini 14.
Nice.
KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground for France. Coming alive once again. CUA the top as that's Enigma Galaxy with the spot from quite some distance. Up on top of the Rock Lord. Living is moving. So many free points to steal from the position they put themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
Just not going to be available to you, not on the cards. Fourth Drive still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle, but they do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Tops for Flash is doing a little bit of work at suppressing Furious position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force Rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Alola, or indeed anyone above them, off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here with GK in the way. That's made very tricky. 40 on the long-range angle, but Kevin opens up the bidding. There is damage pouring in, but no knocks are sticking. Not just yet. Finally, the first falls, and now it's 2 of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4-5 seems to be taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject could be going the same way as well as Geek have overwhelmed them on the close quarters engagement and pick them off. In the midst of all this, we saw some pot shots hitting onto Enigma Galaxy and leaving them down to just one man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Some big shifts when it comes to the tables. As you say, Enigma Galaxy going down to 1 and AGAL breathing down their neck on location and on the points totals now. Goat dropping to 7th place as 2 teams have now pushed past them. Alola continue to climb and they make sure that RRQ is now a buffer place behind them, and Geek could be next up on the chopping block if they can transition towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle towards AGAL.
The benefit of Alola for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to play off the angle he secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more from this match. Trying to stay as tight to the wall as possible as to not be shot from below or above. Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Alola having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate for Alola and Geek.
We can still
two-pronged approach.
Geek abhi ja
See if
rahi
the
hai
horns connect. Ooh, OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in first, second, maybe even third, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one, but everybody else playing for keeps here. Furia wanting to find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous to try and connect onto this. Both teams out of the zone, need to try and regroup. And AGAL want to be the lobby commanders to make this one work. And Nade downhill has a little bit more legs to it, but doesn't quite find the target. Now Flash are up and into the hill, so it's just got a little bit more dicey.
Keeping the pressure on either side. Nades towards the top for a peek over from Lord, making sure it's uncomfortable for him and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage from Furia. Surprise Flash is still alive, and Lord actually does get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him. So although it's only a solo, Enigma Galaxy being a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
Avola on that north side, looking to keep the pace going. Coming off of a strong game on the last one. Now they're up to 9 elims again as well. And on this north side, they've got that high ground command that they were looking to try and sequester away. How high can they climb, though? Furia backs to the blue. They're a little bit more desperate now. And around the corner they go, locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look like find anything, but Bose steps up. It's rebuffed by Lord. Enigma Galaxy up on high, still here to play.
Stealing away elim after elim in all of the commotion. That puts him up to 6 individually, 3 to his name. Make that 4 as he continues to spray. Lord with the eyes in the sky, punishing down now as Enigma Galaxy keep the heat on Furia. Switches the detention round to AGAL as well. They're coming in to close the gap. Goodbye, Flower H. It's uncomfortable. Ayala holds his own. Good defense. XEZ trapped.
Vector mein
You've
last
also
zone.
got Igor to play on the angle as well, and there goes AGAL. Drop it down. They do manage to ladder up, but remember the placements haven't kicked in for Enigma Galaxy just yet, so they will be in the top 5 going into the last one. And Lord is not done. Is there nothing this guy can't take a chunk out of? Everybody stepping forwards, and everybody wants to find out just who's up on that high ground.
The Lord of the Mountain. Anyone that dares to challenge him has been dethroned. And the longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. Running low. The economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the Mini 14. Bang on the head. Goodbye, OG.
Wow, goodness me. They eliminate themselves up another place, and 4 teams remain at this stage. It's Ahola who have done bits now here to solidify themselves into the top 16. They've almost got, so it's top 13. It's fairly certain that they may have done enough here, which is a great relief for them, I'm sure. Guaranteeing themselves a solid double-digit game coming on in. Try to crawl their way around the edges. Quick. Oh, you can't be going out that far in the blue. Goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat, and the most of his health bar too.
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy to contest from here. Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't result in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve. Geek and Alula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for Geek here. Their survival would be all but diminished in its entirety if they do find it. But there's a first knock over towards Geek. Alola dancing around. Silence does connect, but he has to go for the reload. In the meantime, Lord pitches a point away with some of his precious ammo at range, and he finds more too. Down to his last magazine, though. 31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades, but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back, doesn't need to over-invest. He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this angle. Let them fight amongst themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top. Lord, 2 nades in the back. Let's see if these will pay off. cooked nicely. Rolling down the hillside. Alula already still the
चोरी
point
क्या
on the
अरे
Furia.
माँ कसम भाई 7 किल निकाल
1-1-8 for Lord. Drops it right on top of the heads. Looks for the shots. Gets one knock, but it's now up to Alula, who are looking to charge themselves up. Gain some pace over, and they are able to find it. The high ground was indomitable, and Alula take a 12 Elin chicken dinner.
The twists and turns on the narrative.
Crazy.
Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high. And he saw everything, John. The difference is, with ammunition running low, he did what he could. And he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the team is going to be chuffed to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You can see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it. And they are feeling good because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
That's an unbelievable game of Miramar there, mate. A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how awkward it was for them, constantly trapped with Alula staring at them for so long. They're thinking, do we really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Alula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furia survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to 2nd place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well, taking that fight with Flash. It was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's 1 half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know one mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, we popped on over to the STC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points. And they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemate side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building. And if I've seen anything out of that amazing group, is that they can will their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days.
Yes.
So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lays, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about, it was about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasser giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming from him. Really? Yes. Really.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those, oh man, look at us, Tomash, let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well, and this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe, but he could only do so for so long.
Drag,
eventually,
teams are
going to be on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources right now. He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could really convert that into a chicken dinner. As you know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo,
3 मैच हो गई थी.
हो गई. Screen share करो.
गया मालिक.
अब जाओ डिस्कॉर्ड पे जाओ. स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिया ना तीनों का.
अरे कैसे एक-एक करके लेना था क्या?
हाँ. बोला मत तूने नहीं लिया. मैंने बोला था एक-एक खत्म होगा, एक का लेना है तेरे को. एक काम कर, आर दबा.
वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, कुछ वो नहीं आता है.
हाँ, एक लास्ट मैच का ही आता है. एक ही मैच का तेरे को ये मिल गया, इसका ले ले स्क्रीनशॉट. फिर तेरे को और 2 मैच खेलने पड़ेंगे.
हाँ चलो कोई ना. गेम तो ठीक है, मतलब खेलने लगे. एक्टिवेशन आएगा ये.
हाँ चलेगा, इसमें क्या है.
अली
सेव हो गया ना.
हो गया मालिक हो गया.
तेरे को तेरा कोई भी काम सिंगल में नहीं होता. तेरे को 2 बार करना ही पड़ता है।
हो गया।
मैं साहिब भी थोड़ा चुमटिया रह गया, पता है। साहिब को मैं बुलाया था इधर डिस्कॉर्ड पे, साला हरामी पुश टू टॉक पे रखा था, ठीक है। तो वो ये वाला पुश डाउनलोड कर रहा था पुश टू टॉक में, ई दबा के रखा था, ठीक है। साला पता नहीं उसका कैसे लॉगिन किया, लॉगिन दबाया तो यूजर नेम पासवर्ड में ई ऐसे प्रेस हो रहा है। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये क्या हो रहा है, रिडायरेक्ट हो रहा है दूसरे वेबसाइट में। फिर यूरोप का आईडी खुल गया, ठीक है। तो उसका सर्वर यूरोप का खुला डायरेक्ट। हाँ, तो मैं बोला अरे मादरचोद ये क्या हो रहा है, मुझे क्या पता। मैं फिर सोचा दबा के रख रहा है। मैं बोला पुश टू टॉक पे है क्या आपका माइक, तो बोलता हाँ। मैं बोला अरे मादर जा, अरे लोडू है क्या। अबे मतलब तू एक काम कर रहा है, दूसरा तेरे को स्विच दबा के सर अभी तेरे को वहाँ पे टाइपिंग का ऑप्शन आ रहा है, तो तू अपना ईमेल आईडी टाइप करेगा, उसमें तू ई प्रेस करके रखेगा तो होगा ना भाई ई वाला। मैं बोला इसकी माँ चुनू। फिर उसको बोला अरे भाई, फिर उसका भी यूरोप वाला खुला तो मेरे को भी नोटिफिकेशन आता है कि उसका जो भी एंट्रीज है काउंट नहीं होगा, क्योंकि उसका यूरोप सर्वर में वो अकाउंट खोला है। अब उसको वो मैं बोला तो नया ईमेल अकाउंट बना रहा है, एशिया सर्वर में लॉगिन करेगा फिर खेलेगा। क्या बोलूं बेंचोद, एक से एक बढ़कर। ये समीर को भी टेक्स्ट करता हूँ।
मालिक मैं बड़ा खुश हुआ, मैंने कि चलो किसी काम तो आया है।
अच्छा तो इधर कोई एजेंट वेजेंट भी अनलॉक होगा ना तो वो भी स्क्रीनशॉट ले लेना। तो उसका भी पॉइंट है क्या?
आ गया।
हमेशा कोशिश करना पीछे मारने के, टैंक का पीछे गांड में।
मैं कल देखा मैं इधर मारने का ना।
हाँ
और मालिक ये टैंकर बहुत तगड़ा है मालिक।
भाई ये इनका वो तरीका बहुत वो है, कैजुअल है। हाँ, किसी भी प्लेयर को इधर डेस्क पे लाने के लिए, कभी ये जाके उसको बुला के लाया, ये इधर बैठा हुआ था फिर उसको बुलाया।
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to.
सीधे सीधा बोलो ना, अपने वहाँ से बहन जो तुम लोग को साला रोटी हजम नहीं होती, यहाँ 2 हफ्ते आ गए रोटी खाने मिल रही है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, ऐसा बोलो।
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
ये किधर भाग रहा है?
ये has been a surprise for us. Like they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody,
रोटी खाया क्या रे तू?
don't forget that you can experience
मैं?
PUBG Mobile fan
just
experience
first time का भी हुआ।
because it is gonna be open from August 11 through the
बोल रहा हूँ,
16th.
और क्या खाया रोटी के
Some
साथ?
of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile
आयता
and
था
Naruto Shippuden,
और
the
सूखे
amazing
सब्जी के
collab that
आलू
we're doing, but also
गोभी।
PUBG
क्या
Mobile,
बात है?
Spiderman, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards.
एक सेकंड में आया राजू भैया, लस्सी नहीं बनाए हैं अभी तक।
Saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams, and then towards the bottom you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, there's only last match remaining, so I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5, but the teams on top 5, yeah, OG definitely, 4 Thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent, and I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends.
आ गया
And when remaining.
अरे यार ये पावर कैसे यूज होती है?
कौन सी पावर?
आर वाली है।
कौन सी?
आर वाली।
तेरी क्या है वो?
Aurora and
वो अभी मेरे को कुछ मिसल जैसा दिख रहा है।
KRX. Okay, I thought you were gonna go with the
Hydra कुछ करके आया था अभी स्क्रीन पे।
रुक तेरा 100% होने दे फिर से मैं बताऊंगा।
It's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's gonna end up winning it? Who's gonna end up in the bottom three?
अरोड़ा बोलता है अरोड़ा। साला अरोड़ा है वो अरोड़ा। साले तोतले।
And Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final match.
मेरा दोस्त अरोड़ा बोल रहा है बेंचुल। अरोड़ा को इतनी बड़ी टीम है, टॉप की टीम है। अरोड़ा को अरोड़ा। इतना रेस्पेक्टेड रेप्यूटेड टीम है, अरोड़ा अरोड़ा हो रहा है।
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed.
अरे बेंचुल
stage.
क्या कर रहा है?
All of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just
those.
इधर snipering कर रहा हूँ tank से।
Those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first, and we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final, so make sure you're gonna
zoom in भी कर सकते हैं scroll
we
करके।
take our final
अरे वाह।
steps onto the plane with
ओ
Group
भाई।
A. Miramar is never been hotter.
इसमें पढ़ क्यों नहीं रही है?
आगे नहीं पीछे मार।
We'll move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in four, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live.
दिख गया मैं
नहीं मार पाएगा उसको ऊपर नहीं आएगा। टेंशन नहीं, मारते रहे उसको।
The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it.
नहीं मार पाएगा वो।
मेरा भी एक लिमिट तक ही जाएगा ना, इसको मारता हूँ।
For the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose,
अरे ये अरे यार ये कर दिया गलत। गिरा आया। Did you?
That survival stage.
मार।
Absolutely, top 5 is so valuable here.
वो नहीं दे।
मार। गांड पे मार।
टी वाला पावर।
Back over on the desk as he found himself.
अरे टी वाला पावर क्यों नहीं हो रहा मेरा यूज?
Thrust into doing max
33% अभी नहीं होगा।
Lace's job, you know. Apparently we had to
बना
drop
रहे।
some outside help there, but I think fourth rise OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora,
पता नहीं है जब बिरयानी ही बना रहे लस्सी की जगह एकदम इतना टाइम लग रहा है। बैगन।
was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe
ये अलग ही
what
टैंक
he
आ गया
wanted to happen. Not, yeah, what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his
हटना
personal
चूतिए,
ideal
हट
of
जाओ।
top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC 26. Big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually, it was
25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, there you go. It wasn't 25.
ये अरे
Come on, don't be silly.
कहाँ जाएगा?
As the plane path goes straight down the
अंदर जा, उस एरिया के अंदर जा गांडू। जो सर्कल वाला एरिया है उसके अंदर जा, पॉइंट्स नहीं मिल रहे तुमको। मारने से क्या होगा? हाँ अभी देख कंटेस्ट न्यूट्रलाइजिंग हुआ।
Peak lines over on that western side.
भाग
मुझे क्या है, वेरी दोजी ऊपर रहेगी। हाँ अगर
highly coveted.
मुझे को जोन आना है, जीएसटीआर को एकदम मार ही दोगे। मैं तो बोलता हूँ मुझे घुस जाओ।
Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona.
फुल हम लोग अभी वो है, लेकिन हाँ अगर safe, we can consider ourselves safe. Don't know. थोड़ा अगर 4-5 पॉइंट निकल गए तो अच्छी बात है। चिकन ही निकाल दिया कल की तरह तो भाई क्या ही कहने।
अब बता, देख अब हुआ मेरा वो भी आर वाला।
तो किसी के सामने जा।
अब इधर ही जाता हूँ।
तो देख लेफ्ट में सामने ही है, आर दबा।
You can't play it overly safe. You
हाँ,
can't leave
फायर
it
कर
in
अभी।
the hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push
फायर कर और एक बार फायर कर।
or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition. We'll see if there's any forced fights, if the early game is a bit different.
Guided
missiles.
missiles.
Decision we've seen from squads. You look
Homing
back, right,
missiles.
what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very difficult to do that, and even further behind for the teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Spiderman already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here, depending on how Flash, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy do in this game. There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising, though, and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side.
उसके अंदर जा वापस तू बाहर ही रह रहा है.
Having some kind of breakdown
that opens that door
for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with a narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams
ये
are
E और वो क्या आता है? EQ बोला था, पिकअप विकअप क्या करना है? EQ से क्या होता है?
Q से तो वो होता है, तेरा भी हर किसी का अलग अलग है. Q दबा, देख क्या हो रहा है. मेरे तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा. तो देखना पड़ेगा तेरा वो इसमें. शायद तेरा वो 100 जो है ना, तेरे हेल्थ के नीचे जो 100 लिखा है वो वाला फील करता है.
हाँ.
No more matches after this one.
F
but it is still very much all to play for. Unless you 4 drives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days. John, very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge, this place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think. True. That's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to first place back in PMGO as well.
Skip कर इसको, हाँ इसका screenshot ले.
And a second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom.
Agent किधर देखी तो इधर ना?
इधर देख देख अभी तेरा 119K है ऊपर देख राइट साइड पे. ये 200K होते ही तो एक एजेंट खोल सकता है. तो खेल ये वाला फिर एजेंट अनलॉक करेगा तो उसका भी पॉइंट है फिर. वो रकेटा करना, रकेटा का टैंक बहुत अच्छा होता है. रकेटा का सेकंड वाला टैंक जो देखो ओबीजे वाला.
मैं आरपीजी लगी है.
वो वाला है. उसको मतलब दूसरे के टैंक के पास उसको डाल देगा और फिर उसके पास पूरा दौड़ के चले जाएगा एंड डैमेज देगा.
देखा मेरा अभी वो जो जस्ट आके आया था.
A little bit of trouble finds OG though. Taking a knock over towards themselves, and on the north side looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between 2 of our teams towards the bottom, and our second place team, OG, having a little bit of trouble here. A little bit of
digital.
and that's Going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force Rejects seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars.
ज़्यादा नहीं 10-15 मिनट
Maniac trying to piece themselves back together. Boom goes the dynamite. Leaves Maniac flagging. Nothing more to be said.
It was quick. It was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them. As they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position.
ये देख EQ equipment.
They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
वो अरे वो मैं समझ रहा हूँ वो वाला अपने को लॉबी में देखना पड़ेगा तेरा क्या क्या सिलेक्टेड है EQ में ठीक है इस वाला खत्म कर फिर वो बताऊंगा मैं क्या क्या सिलेक्टेड है कहाँ
यार ये ABCD ये इसमें तो मतलब बड़ा मैप है
OG रिजेक्ट के बाजू में है
X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test they need to prove themselves capable of passing.
KRX versus OG versus reject होने वाला है
I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong. I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
BenQ fight हो गई.
KRX on the ramp over the top, hitting the
नहीं नहीं.
अरे ये आगे खड़े हुए हैं मैं एकदम चला जा रहा हूँ.
थर्ड पार्टी कर सकती है, लेकिन वो लोग जोन जाना प्रेफर करेंगे.
And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing
KRX का BenQ 3-man down हो गया.
For KRX though, it's just Trey left. Spams bullets on the reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva
OG आ गई थर्ड पार्टी के लिए. Let's go. OG एक पॉइंट निकाली, दूसरा पॉइंट निकला. Let's go, let's go. और भी पड़े नॉक, और भी पड़े उसको मार.
They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by.
वो कर दिए क्या वो लोग साला गिव अप कर दिए क्या?
With a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was
नहीं
saying,
एक को रिवाइव दे दिया
pass.
उसने.
The third party coming through.
एक को रिवाइव दे दिया.
It's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX
2 पॉइंट आ गए. Let's go.
A little chime coming through from OG.
थोड़ा पहले होता ना तो साला इसके भी किल पॉइंट्स निकल जाते. KRX के और 2-3 पॉइंट्स वो भी नॉक हो गए थे ना. 3 नॉक पड़े थे, इसके 3 नॉक पड़े थे. वो सोच रहे 6 नॉक से 3 पॉइंट्स आराम से, और चौथे को तो ये लोग खुद मारे वाले को. 4 पॉइंट्स पे. क्या
कब तक है
ये लास्ट मैच चल रहा है?
अरे EWC मतलब कब तक है वॉच पार्टी कितने डेट?
23 लास्ट है.
Finals, a lot of teams as time goes on. And in terms of top 5 qualification, I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct with his KRX prediction, as he is going to be down in a 9th place spot. But they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in. Zypher spots Shiva from X-Force Rejects, and that is going to be a quick flush.
Reject का last वाला बंदा नहीं, एक बंदा कोटी को जाके दे के आया.
All they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive.
बैगन उधर काफ मत दो रे कोटी को, उनका पॉइंट्स बढ़ रहा है.
Their patch, slap bang in the middle, although it's got a lot less central now with a hard east shift.
राजू इधर है इधर.
Zone crunching in.
अरे साला उधर दे देगा उनको.
GK making the move up as well.
हम बोले उधर चले जाएगा वो ब्लास्ट.
Really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in.
धन्यवाद भैया.
An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord on the elevated angle towards the mountain top.
Oh भैया भैया का क्या सीन हुआ?
That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, Maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie, but I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Liu, so AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the rich side. You can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does
allow
OG को तो clear पाते हैं भाई, अभी तो कोई भी नहीं है. मस्त खेल के खेलेंगे, ULF को तकलीफ देंगे, Flash को भी तकलीफ देंगे.
Some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with. As Alala charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL.
एक लीक देखा मैं तेरा.
2 points ahead on 80.
पता नहीं तूने जानबूझ के डाला या नहीं. टीवीएस वाली में.
कहाँ पे?
टीवीएस वाली रील में. तूने किसी ब्रांड के तो हेडफोन पहन रखे थे. White है ना? देखा मैं.
डिटेलिंग देख रहा है.
देखा. कीली की निगाह है मेरी.
नजर तो है.
But getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie.
चील का मुंह पीता है साला, मेरे को लगता है इसलिए चील की निगाह है. नहीं हुज़ैफा गया 40
लाती है मेरी बात.
क्या?
वो कान्हा जी का गाना वो नहीं सुना डायलॉग, 2 भैंसों की दूध लाती है मेरी माँ. कान्हा जी का था या वो बजरंग बली का था.
क्या
बता? Closer to RRQ, so no, you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, you know, a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ.
अब यार ये 1 सेकंड में फोड़ दे रहे हैं यार मेरे को. साला ऊपर से भी आती है, आगे से भी. पास नहीं जाओ तो वो लाल वाला वो फोड़ रहा है मेरे को. ऊपर से लेजर पॉइंटर.
And there's not really a good
select
choice
here.
It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense.
टर्बो का आवाज मस्त आता है भाई, जो बूस्ट करवाता है.
Get as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable.
Nice.
4 Fribes with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. Now RQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well.
Nice.
Enigma Galaxy
Light bullet.
towards Aluna. That's top taken down by IQ, and Falak getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe. Enigma Galaxy a little bit better on the points table, but going this low, trying to just win your way on through. Seems like they successfully shut themselves up there. Back 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Aluna.
ओए क्या उतारा, मजा आ गया उतारा जो पीछे बैठा घुटनों में उसको घुटने पे ले आया जमीन।
They formed a fist and they are punching through the
बग्गी से उतार दिया क्या?
defense. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye, Goat. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish Nigma Galaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again.
Point standing हटा दिए साला क्यूरियोसिटी बढ़ाने के लिए इनकी।
5 elims here, John.
Keeping up that pace, Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us too.
zone se ja rahi hai.
I have to see what they can find.
OG का तो clear zone है, उधर घुस नहीं पाएंगे वो hill पे।
hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora may be breathing a little sigh of relief here, with AGL getting cut down to 2, with only one of their players alive. This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe.
मुझे भी आरू इधर है, उधर फलक का टीम। अरे फिर से उनको दे रहे बैगन।
But definitely within striking distance.
Nigma Galaxy.
Come on, OG, मार इन RRQ को। मार इनकी भैंस की टैट। अरे नॉक खा गया कैसे? नाइस नॉक।
अरे भाई जीत रहे हैं।
अरे क्या पागल है क्या? क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग? सामने आ रही है और वो कैसे नॉक हुआ अलग एंगल पे? हैं? वो नॉक कैसे हुआ लेकिन?
विक्ट्री हो गई ले।
विक्ट्री की स्क्रीनशॉट ले ले। स्किप कर। अरे एक अलग एंगल पे था, एक था या शायद 6 आतंकी गए थे, पता नहीं। स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिया। हाँ अब ये 3 का अपलोड का बताता हूँ। लीडर बोर्ड रजिस्ट्रेशन में जा, लेफ्ट साइड पे नीचे। हाँ देख ऊपर सबसे ऊपर। हाँ अब यहाँ पे थोड़ा ऊपर जा, स्क्रॉल अप कर। थोड़ा सा कर और थोड़ा सा। हाँ देखिए वाला कॉपी कर,
ये वाला।
हाँ कॉपी कर। तेरा इन गेम नेम IGN का याद है, वहाँ पे कॉपी कर देना तेरा IGN। रुक जा, पहले ही कर, पेस्ट कर। हाँ अभी गेम खोल, प्लस पे दबा, प्लस पे वहाँ पे कॉपी कर।
टैग कर दो
क्या? हाँ टैग कर और प्लस दबा अभी।
इधर गए ये रहे।
एक करके लाला। ओपन कर अभी, एंटर दबा। अबे काट इसको, काट
ऐड नहीं करना क्या?
नहीं अभी एंटर दबा। हाँ अभी फिर से उसको पूरा कॉपी कर। पेस्ट टैग कर।
हाँ वो मैं करता। ये वाला वो कैसे लाऊंगा मैं?
बैक स्पेस कर, एक बैक स्पेस। हाँ अभी देख ऊपर आ गया मेंबर्स मैचिंग। एंटर। फिर से पेस्ट, ऊपर देख मेंबर्स मैचिंग प्लस स्क्रीनशॉट। लेजर भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? वेलकम।
They are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through.
ठीक है, हो गया गेम क्लोज। अभी देख, अभी पीछे जा, वो डिस्कॉर्ड पे जा। अभी तू खेल रहा है क्या?
नहीं अभी नहीं खेल रहा।
ओके अभी रुद्र आएगा, मैं रुद्र के साथ खेल रहा फिर। हाँ देख लेफ्ट साइड पे बैटल रिजल्ट्स है। अबे कोई भी गेम खेलेगा इनमें से वो स्क्रीनशॉट अभी इस बैटल रिजल्ट्स पे अपलोड करना। ठीक है इधर करेगा तो तेरे पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे तुझे।
ठीक है पॉइंट्स का मैं करूंगा क्या?
गिव अवे में मिलेगा तेरे को।
यही देंगे मेरे को?
क्या कौन देंगे?
अच्छा, मतलब जो तू गिव अवे कर रहा है वो इनकी तरफ से है।
हाँ, यस, मेरे को मिलेंगे एंड आई विल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट टू यू गाइस जिसके पॉइंट ज्यादा रहेंगे।
ओके, समझ गया। मतलब वही ये इन्फ्लुएंसर वाला और जो करके।
यप 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 यप। तो मोर देन 10 कैन विन। सो 10 लोग अपने में, अगर 10 लोग हुए तो समझ रहा है, तेरे पॉइंट्स हुए तो तेरे को मिल जाएंगे। ठीक है, अभी तेरा कितना है? 121 के है। इसको अगर 200 के करके अगर वो एजेंट वाला भी करेगा तो उसमें ही पॉइंट है।
हाँ, तो मेरे को याद रहेगा अब तो कल से।
यस यस, अभी है 1-2 हफ्ता टाइम है। जितना भी खेलेगा, अगर तू हर दिन 3-4 मैच भी खेला तो 14 डेज में 10 दिन भी अगर मानते हैं, 10 दिन में 3 करके 30 गेम्स हो जाएंगे तेरे। समझ रहा है?
मेन तो मैं सच बताऊं,
क्या?
मेरा खेलने का बिल्कुल मन नहीं था। तूने बोला था 3 मैच खेल ले, इसीलिए तेरे चक्कर में।
ठीक है, मतलब तेरे पे है, ऐसा मैं कोई फोर्स नहीं है। It's all your call.
अभी बस वो 3 मैच वाला मैं क्राइटेरिया तेरे लिए पूरा कर दिया।
ठीक है, फिर भी डिलीट मत करना। क्या पता हम लोग ऐसे नॉर्मल मस्ती में खेल रहे हो, तू मैं रुद्र, तू मैं समीर वैसा।
हाँ, ठीक
है, डिलीट मत करना।
चलो अपन जा रहे हैं। ओके, लाइट तो वैसे भी नहीं है। ठीक है भाई, खाना खा ले। अब खाना वाना खाओ, वेट करो। ठीक है भाई,
यस भाई।
और शायद मैं आऊँ अभी थोड़ी देर बाद।
कहाँ पे?
लाइट आ गई तो। अरे गेम।
हाँ, मेरा भी अब पावर गया हुआ है। मैं भी स्ट्रीम बंद करूंगा। अगर आ गई तो फिर मेरे को टेक्स्ट करना, मैं डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाऊंगा।
हाँ हाँ,
ठीक।
पावर अभी जो सेकंड मैच खेल रहा था तभी गया।
As you said before,
चलो ठीक है,
been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up.
चलो गाइस, अपने तो हो गई है। ओजी तो जा ही रही है। OG are coming into the finals. Let's go. Yes, obviously. इसमें तो ज़्यादा नहीं, आराम से 10 निकाल सकते थे, बट I don't know कैसे RRQ को मार नहीं पाए। बट कितना 3 पॉइंट निकाले, 93 हो गया, तो 90 प्लस तो आराम से गया है।
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, these 4 teams pretty much,
सही है। चलो हम लोग भी चलते हैं यार, पावर नहीं है वरना मैं अभी खेलता।
will be joining them as well. It's really, I don't
रुद्र को
think it's
पूछता हूँ,
possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not
रुद्र?
possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will
Qualified
also
for
be
grand
getting
final.
placement points for a minimum of 4th place. And whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point. Giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games. Knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up. Waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on a low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards GK, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnar out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK. Who will sit right on top of that bubble. A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks.
फाइनल मैच का विनर चिकन डिनर कौन लेकर जाएगा चैट बताओ. Let's see who takes the final match chicken dinner.
Is more that could be said for the three teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then. Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage.
RRQ का दो बचे हैं. दूसरा कहाँ है? मेरे को एक ही दिख रहा है. सेम जगह पे दो है क्या? अच्छा नहीं दिखा. Lapark and GeForce.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash needs to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. So, they do find GeForce, but all for the meantime, have got close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it. As GeForce still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. GeForce does get flushed away.
क्या हुआ क्या? बाहर भी नहीं है किसी का.
But Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance fire fight RRQ. Third-parting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash.
ये क्या है भाई? बारिश की बात करती है. अरे यार बेचारा स्कारफेस गिर के नॉक हो गया. बहुत बुरा लगेगा अगर भाई बच गई रे. अगर यूएलएफ यहाँ पे हारती तो बेचारा स्कारफेस एकदम अपने आप को गोली मारता भाई. ले भाई किल पॉइंट भी ले लिया. अरे भाई इश बे क्या नसीब है ब्रो.
Looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
इश बे क्या नसीब है भाई. आराम से कर सकता था भाई. 1v1 बचा था. एक नॉक था, एक को 1v1 करके फिनिश किया. उसका व्हीकल ब्लास्ट ब्रो.
that were able to write history for themselves. They've guaranteed that
opportunity to go
in the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. Four Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times.
Most probably Enigma Galaxy.
More and more inside of these battlegrounds.
Let's see, अभी तक हुआ नहीं
we'll get to see more from them. It's unfortunate.
अरे आतंकी भाई, let's fucking go!
Survival stage. They've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other teams more through survival stage, whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden. So for Orangutan, I am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into second place. A brilliant result for this roster that hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spot in groups from Group A is 4 Thrives, baby. What an amazing performance. The crowd are behind you. That's got to feel good. Now, IQ, let's talk a little bit about stepping into these 2 group stage days and dominating. How does that feel?
To be honest, we are not really proud of our performance because we missed a lot of chickens, and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals, so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMGO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC, and then in your home country, PMGO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. Right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all 4 of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit.
कौन-कौन eliminate हुए? एक तो for sure TTG
Before we get
होगा.
into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button, and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go, look at that. See you later, Gaming Stars. Okay, would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, 4 Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for 4 Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. 4 Thrives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. They had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower. Yep. But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners. You know, they didn't do it in PMGO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget. Yeah, congratulations, 4 Thrives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
Let's go, babe.
Back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region.
Let's go.
Orange Rock, TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event.
Yes.
But now it has been 5 years, 11 months, and 29 days, and that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being
OG, take a ball. OG, babe. OG.
Yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. Wiscott was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the two. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the two Indian teams here. They're in second place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it gonna happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see continuation.
That's what our Indian teams are capable of.
To the absolute limit, so they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the grand finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going now. So we're going to be seeing.
Let's go
Orangutan
into the finals, baby.
Enigma Galaxy. I'm happy to see that team go back to the finals, and another team that I've actually had to give major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect.
5 साल बाद एक Indian team in a global finals, baby. Fucking finals. Let's go team OG, let's go. मैं बोल रहा हूँ guys, ये O और R में ना कुछ है, ताकत है. ये O लेटर और R लेटर में कुछ ताकत है. पहले जिस टीम के पहले दो मतलब पहले दो लेटर O होंगे ना, मैं बता रहा हूँ, पावर है. ऑरेंज रॉक, ओरंगुटन, अगले साल सोल में भी पहले दो में वो है. मैनिफेस्टिंग कि अगले साल सोल भी ग्रैंड फाइनल जाएगी. बट फॉर नाउ ओजी ओरंगुटन, ओजी, कांग्रेचुलेशंस. जॉट, the only team in the top 5 to have 2 chicken dinners. Bro, it's an Indian team dominating. कहाँ है तुम्हारी teams? कहाँ नीचे झूल रहे हो? Brazilian teams, European teams, American teams, Chinese teams, कहाँ हो? नीचे, क्योंकि इंडिया ऊपर. ठीक है. अब कल, as the host said, out of the 2 Indian teams, OG is the passive one, and वो second पे है. तो just imagine, जो दूसरी टीम है वो aggressive खेलेगी, तो कहाँ पे होगी? Let's go. आइए, क्या बात है इसी बात पे. तेरा नाम है साचा, तेरा नाम है साचा, मन मेरी आने पाचा, बस नाम तेरा माँ हो. एक पहचान मेरी तू ही, जिंद जान मेरी तू ही, जहान मेरा माँ हो. तुझ पे वार ना 100 वारी जान. भाई आंखें तरस गई थी बे. चैट, आंखें तरस गई थी एक इंडियन टीम को फाइनल्स में देखने के लिए. 5 साल 2 साल जिसमें हम बैन पे पड़े हुए थे, 2 साल लग गए हमें. मतलब ये स्लॉट नहीं मिल रही थी. इतने सब कुछ होने के बाद फाइनली आफ्टर 5 fucking years and I don't know 5 months 6 months whatever, finally an Indian team in a global grand finals. जान में तेरे कुर्बान मेरी माँ. I can guarantee you मैं आज बहुत अच्छे नींद में सोऊंगा, बहुत ही अच्छे नींद में. उसकी याद ना आए. सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, आज 5-6 घंटे की यूजुअली नींद होती है मेरी, टूट जाती है. आज आई एम फॉर श्योर मेरे को आज 8-9 घंटे की नींद होगी. तो यस, इट्स गोइंग टू बी क्रेजी. फाइनल्स, लेट्स गो बे, लेट्स गो चैट. मतलब very very emotional moments for every Indian, every PUBG Mobile, every BGMI fan out there. ओजी ने सबका इज्जत तो रखा ही पूरे इतने करोड़ों लोगों का, प्लस जो दूसरे लोगों को, दूसरे रीजन्स के लोगों को तो जो दिखाया कि व्हाट वी आर केपेबल ऑफ, इट्स ट्रूली क्रेजी। दिल्ली MVP एवन है आज। वो तो फलक ही होगा ग्रुप स्टेजेस का। क्या बात है यार, आज एकदम चैन की नींद सोऊंगा वे चैट। क्योंकि मेरा चैन किसी ने नहीं छीना है ना, मैं तो चैन की नींद ही सोऊंगा भाई। मैं किसी लड़की के लिए नहीं रो रहा हूँ ना, ये किसी लड़की ने मुझे रुलाया नहीं है ना। मैं किसी लड़की के लिए फास्टिंग नहीं कर रहा हूँ ना, या खाने भूख तो मुझे लग रही है यार। क्रेजी रे, सबका टाइम आता है, अभी है भारत देश का टाइम बस। आज तो हो जाए वे फाइनल्स में एकदम ओजी गाफ फाड़बस गॉड लाइक चले जाए फिर तो। चलो चैट, इसी के साथ अपन अलविदा बोलेंगे, लेंगे कॉल्स अपने पे। अभी मैं गेम खेलता बट अपने पे पावर नहीं है यार, आज पावर पता नहीं इतने दिन, मतलब पहली बार इस घर में मेरे आने के बाद ऐसा पावर कटा है, वो भी इतने घंटे। सो इट्स अ बिट सरप्राइजिंग, बट जब आएगी तब देखेंगे। भाई ये एरन का जो लॉन्ग रेंज स्प्रे है ना भाई, मेरे को लगा थोड़ा बड़ा बड़ा होगा भाई, इसको देख के भाई ऐसा लग रहा है भाई इसका अभी से इतना लॉन्ग रेंज ऐसा है भाई, ये अपने प्राइम पे तो पेल ही देगा भाई। क्या स्प्रे मारता है लॉन्ग रेंज बेंचो, चूकता ही नहीं है आयरन तो, माँ कसम। क्रेजी क्रेजी बे। चलो चैट, आज के स्ट्रीम के लिए इतना ही, ठीक है, चलते हैं, अलविदा लेते हैं। मिलेंगे आपसे एक नए स्ट्रीम पे जो कि होगा कल यार, कल गॉडलाइक के साथ ग्रुप बी के मैचेस, बहुत मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि वो उधर भी बहुत बड़े बड़े टीम्स हैं, अल्फा 7, टीम वैटालिटी, होरा, टीम गॉडलाइक भी है, तो मजा तो बहुत आएगी। मजे के साथ साथ इंडियन टीम को डोमिनेट करते देखते ही बहुत मजा आएगा, समझ रहे हो। आज के लिए अरे भाई देखो, बदला ले ली, बदला ले ली, ले लिया आई मीन। पहले लड़की ने ऐसे फेंक के मारा था, ये लड़का भी आज सब ऐसे ही हो रहा है, ठीक है। एज ऑलवेज यू गाइस आर ऑलवेज ओपी, यू नो द ड्रिल। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब, चैनल पे अभी भी नए हो तो प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर लेना, सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे जो कि होगा कल हम वापस से 4:30 बजे आ जाएंगे ग्रुप बी के मैचेस के साथ। तब तक के लिए ऐसे प्यार करते रहो, सपोर्ट करते रहो, एक दिन हम जरूर से आसमान छुएंगे। और अपने 5 मेजर रूल्स कभी मत भूलना, अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो, एंड सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, सबसे ज्यादा गेम्स खेलते रहो, कॉज गेम्स आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। सो इसी के साथ हम आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। उम्मीद है को पसंद आई होगी, नहीं पसंद आई कोई बात नहीं, कल इसी चैनल पर आ जाइएगा, हम आपको एंटरटेन करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, लव यू, टेक केयर, सी यू टुमारो, बाय बाय।
तेरा नाम है साचा, मन मेरी आने पाचा, बस नाम तेरा माँ हो। एक पहचान मेरी तू ही, जिंद जान मेरी तू ही, जहान मेरा माँ
हो। तुझ पे वारना 100 वारी जान में, तुझ पे वारना 100 वारी जान में, तेरे कुर्बान मेरी माँ। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे
आ गई घड़ी है देखो सबसे बड़ी, मुझसे बस 2 कदम पे देखो जीत खड़ी है। मुझे कब से इंतजार था आज की शाम का, अब देखो क्या करता है ये बंदा हिंदुस्तान का, जो किसी के भी आगे झुका नहीं। हाँ मैं हूँ उस देश का, बैठ के ले नजारा इस ट्रैबल और बेस का। सीधा चलूं या चलूं ढाई ढाई चाल, मैं खेल मेरा होगा ये देख लंबी रेस का। मिट्टी का कर्ज है मैं मर के भी चुकाऊंगा, तुझे मिट्टी कर दूंगा या फिर मिट्टी में मिल जाऊंगा। जो भी कहा था मैं वो करके दिखाऊंगा, इंडिया से हूँ खाली हाथ नहीं जाऊंगा। मैं जब के पकड़ झाड़ दूंगा, तुझको मैं उखाड़ दूंगा, जहाँ से तू आया है ना वहीं तुझे गाड़ दूंगा। तेरी जमीन पे आज तुझे ही पछाड़ दूंगा, झंडा इंडिया का बेटे गाड़ दूंगा। या हारू मुझे कोई परवाह नहीं, तुमको मैं दिखाऊं मुझे कोई परवाह नहीं। माँ ही मेरा रब है, मेरी माँ ही मेरा पीर, मेरी माँ के पैरों के अलावा कोई दरगाह नहीं। नाचूंगा नाचूंगा मुझको फितूर है, नाचूंगा नाचूंगा दिल मजबूर है। आज की शाम मेरी माँ के है नाम, मेरी माँ मुझे देखेगी नाचना जरूर है। मैं जीतूं या हारूं मुझे नाचना जरूर है, मेरी माँ मुझे देखेगी नाचना जरूर है, नाचना जरूर है, मुझे नाचना जरूर है। माँ मुझे नाचना जरूर है, माँ मेरी देखेगी नाचना जरूर है, जरूर है।
रंग केसर शूरा वाले, रंग सब्ज खिली फुलकारियां, ओ रंग चिट्टा नीयत साफ दा, ओ रंग तीनों जान से प्यारे, रंग तीनों जान से प्यारे।
हो रंग मेरी माई का, रंग सच्चाई का, हर अच्छाई का है माए माए माए।
रंग तेरी रीत का, रंग तेरी प्रीत का, रंग तेरी जीत का ही छाए छाए। कैसे मैं चुकावा तेरा एहसान, माए तेरी चूनरिया लहराए।
जब तक